she's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag cursed Quag Jiglin.
Alright, I am here. Give me 1 second. Slow start today. Hello. How's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Loading screen, thank you for the tier 2 for the 14 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jiggle into you as well. How we doing, you young Sugon? Sugon what? Go on, go on, go ahead. Foster, Mackers, Huntress, Gage, Roddy. Anyone else who might be lurking about? My breakfast is a singular Twizzler, because I needed the energy. Give me a second. Hey, Pris, how are you? Well, perfect. I mean, I'm a gamer. Okay. Quick question. You said plight fair share is a thing. What do you mean by that exactly? Can it not roll plight? A current known issue in Redux is that the new armors, Fusion and Fair Share, do not roll Blight Collar parts. They just don't. You can't get Blight Collar, class power, or skills. Hey Don, big juicy Wednesday. It is a big juicy Wednesday. Just getting around to Redfall roundups and I'm horrified. I keep seeing more, and I keep wishing I hadn't seen more. um, it's one of those things that, you know, I don't want to harsh the mellow of anyone enjoying it, because I've been on the other side of that. I've been like, hey, this is a flawed game that ultimately I still enjoy and still see some value in, and I haven't had first-hand experience, so I can't clown too hard. But everything I've seen, not just words people have said, everything I've seen of it being played, kind of reinforces my lack of interest in it. It clearly effort was not put in. But once again, this could be some commentary on like the state of AAA releases in 2023, because I was playing some Jedi Survivor last night, and I shit you not, I got a Discord ping during a cutscene and it crashed my game. The game is so unstable that getting a Discord ping crashes it. Like, I got 3 crashes in like 20 minutes. It's just... Yeah. Yeah. Finished video jam, by the way. Let's go. I kind of fell asleep during the Dragonborn portion because it's good background noise, and whenever I'm relaxed, I just So I hope it wasn't too stressful, or maybe it was. Kevin, what are you doing? You almost messed up that jump. What are you doing? It's a cat. No weapons have the Spore Fusion Champ Vanilla still work in Redux? I didn't know that. I did not know that. I personally would never have found that out because I'm one of the few Spore Fuse dislikers. I'm not a Spore Fuse believer. Because, while it is good potential damage and it looks really good in a theoretical calc, it is inefficient for time spent. It forces you to have multiple enchant slots consumed, and in vanilla you lose a lot of damage enchants for that. And it forces you to use a terrible action skill. So I don't love Spore Fuse. And even if it works in Redux, it's like, well, you still gotta use Barrage, which is already nerfing your build. Game forces you to use a shot on a dragon to ride it. I missed, and the shot had a long-ass cooldown. The dragon was doing like half my health in a second, and I'd just run in a circle waiting for the cooldown to finish. Once I was done, it was easy. Well, at least you got that. I would have probably just shit myself and lost. That sounds like a great finale. That's awesome. That's awesome. For real, it's sad the state these games are being released in. Most people accept a delay. They just come out and say, we do not believe the game's ready for release due to bugs, crashes. What the craziest thing, Roddy, is this is secondhand info, but I saw that apparently when directly asked by EA if they needed more time for Jedi Survivor, the studio head was like, nah, we're good. Clearly, clearly, like, hmm. Got a new TV yesterday. Ooh, I don't know much about TV specs, but like, tell me about it, Etrigan. How big is it? I don't know much about modern TVs. Stupid unsexy studio head. Hey, Nunu. Poor devs. Yeah, small indie studio. Small indie studio, you know? 65 inches. The price 0? Oh, you got it as a gift or something? That's cool. Normally it's the other way around. EA forcing the release early. You'd expect a publisher like EA to be doing the reverse, but like... Ugh. Hey, Lizard Leech. How are you? First 2 pearls, both from Vesper, World Drop Sorters, and an Agony. Really pretty empowering sigil. Nice. Yeah, I think we're gonna go to Vesper for a little bit today. I do want to get an Agony, because I don't want to keep juggling between my saves. So we can keep chatting while I farm, but I want to go farm more Agonies. Maybe we go get 2? Thinking we go get 2. Body rune won't really help me against her, so I guess I just put on a Mace Wardu for now. Barbalo doesn't really help me either. But nothing else does? Funny how that works out. Yeah, let's go over there. Yeah, do I have souls, though? Not many, but some. If we run out, then we can just do some Redmorn for a bit. I ain't worried about it. We'll simply have Streamer Luck activate, and it'll be fine. Eating pizza right now. How about you? I'm doing okay. Pizza sounds good. Is our queen a Daddy source or anything in Redux? All the stuff she is in vanilla already. All that stuff. Next plan is to farm for Ragnaroks, because with Agony, I'm probably just going to use mood rings. Oh yeah, so Ragnarok for the ranged bog down. Yeah, that makes sense there. Hey Tallulah, how are you? I expect EA said you don't get bonuses unless you release now, is it ready? That would be the subtext that would make that conversation make more sense, yeah. I forgot that I'm Frost Shiver right now. That was doing Agony stuff, but... Frost Shiver's not great at supporting this unless I already have an Agony. I have a Bad Egg. I can use Bad Egg. Ooh, that's a good Hourglass. That's a good one to start. Fire Spore. All damage. Cooldown. Yo, newbie, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Let's, Brimming, Roid. Let's do the Roid Bad Egg. Good, thanks. I'm trying to figure out if the power creep has any secrets beyond being way better than the card says. How do you get it? Because I have a couple floating around from, like, whatever it was converted from. Star Wars got such big performance boosts in the days following, I have to believe they're ready and someone just merged an old build that went live. Priz, they ended up on patch 3.5 on the 3rd day of the game. It's in a tree in Snoring Valley. Ah, interesting. Jedi Survivor ended up on patch 3.5 on day 3, and it still doesn't feel like it's ready for release. Some type shit. Yeah, I didn't sleep great. I could go for some of that too. Hey, Mr. Arson, how you doing? Jiggling. Could not get a good hourglass last night, and I was farming for a good 4 hours. Excuse me. Ugh, allergies. Ugh. You guys can't see what I got. Ugh, goosebumps. Ugh. That one might have actually just been from cold air. Yeah, so, like, despite the fact that it's generally easier to get specific rules of anything in Redux, it's still very difficult. Even when deady farming items. So I just want to highlight that whenever I can to make sure people know that that was never the fault of, you know, loot luck as a system. It's just the part set. And as long as the part set's there, the problem's there. Until you go to, like, 100% drop rate, it's still there. And even then, it's still there. I truly do hope that on the next Lands game we get a different part set. I do not want them to use the BL3 Wonderlands part set again. Got a Frost Burrow one with Dark Magic efficiency. I think that would be the best. That sounds pretty good. Farm for an Hourglass, the right class, right element, and all damage. I got like 6 or 7 Agonies before I got it. And even Agony is not like a fixed roll thing. Technically speaking, an Agony with like Roid would be really, really good. But imagine farming for a specific part at Agony. Got an Aggie with Nova. I can't figure out how I feel about Nova part on Agony. Like, it's just kind of free damage. So, whatever. And with the Agony's boost active, it actually does, like, okay damage. So I guess it synergizes well. I guess it synergizes well enough, huh? I think, Fleet or Roid have the strongest showings, because it's a shield you want to deplete and keep depleted. And Roid parts are so like a common assumption is this is coming from the BL3 stat value mentality, where Roid parts on shields are way bigger percentage wise, so it makes the Wonderlands ones look small. A 20% Roid part is still absolutely massive in Redux, because look at a ring. A ring before its condition is triggered is 15%. It's more than a ring for one Roid part. That's a lot. That is a significant amount. To the point where, like, a triple Roid purple is probably, like, a valid option for melee stuff in this game. And now I kind of want one. I know Godfall is your preferred acquisition, but part set. Godfall part set, it's just like minor stats. Like, sure, the difference between getting 3 things that help you and 3 things that don't help you is there, but very rarely do you... It only matters if you're, like, trying to hit a specific breakpoint for something, or if you have a stat that double dips off of something. Like, there's builds that, like, maybe you want, rampage damage, because there's an augment that lets you turn rampage damage into another stat. Or maybe you want something that has fire or ignite damage because there's another augment that does that. So, like, you prioritize that above everything else, and the difference between having that and not having that can be big. But generally speaking, having imperfect stats on an item means barely anything. You'll have different ranges on the percentage on, like, some items, but it's not a make or break type deal. There's no situations in Godfall where you have, like, a butcher, where one part determines whether the item's good or not. There's no boomsicle situation. Oh, favorite game part set? Of looters in general? This is gonna be a spicy take. This is gonna be a spicy take. Diablo 4. Now, obligatory, potential recency bias check. But I'm gonna go with Diablo 4. Hey, Urban Mac, how are you? Dark Burr. I'll take it. I'll just take the hourglasses until I end up in a position where I don't have room to take more. Then I'll start being picky. Okay, Morningstar, listen. There we go. I got my first Agony yesterday. Let's go. Yeah, it's a great item, which is why we're here. Morning, Manic Geek. I hope you're jiggling successfully today. I just want class mods and artifacts to be easier to farm. Good class mod drops were what gave me most of my build ideas. Yeah, it's fun to get an item and then go, hey, I'd like to build around this, and then use the stuff you have and maybe go grab a couple quick farms to fill in the blanks and then go do a build. We've done that a couple times with Redux, and it's only really been possible because, one, Redux makes it easier, and two, I had a bank of 510 items plus, you know, 2 or 3 dozen characters with full backpacks from 1,700 hours of gameplay. I jiggle successfully every day, sir, as it should be. As it should be. Is Soak net positive for fusion? The explosion isn't affected by it, so maybe. With the amount of status damage I have right now, probably not. But maybe. And we could see. It's probably better for me to just use a fortifying sigil here. Yeah, it seems to be a net positive. Small sample size, but... Frost Spore, but bad substat. I shouldn't say bad, but less valuable for that element. If that was lightning, I'd have taken that, I think. Guess you have other elements doing damage too, though, to be fair. Yeah. I could make Soaked more of a net gain if I change up my damage profile. Like, if I did something that hit less frequently, so I'd be applying less dots, I'd have less damage of other elements. It's like, technically with Big Ounce, you get more value out of Soaked per instance of damage. But that's like a super roundabout way of calculating that. A little disingenuous. You know, that's a low roll petty tension. Gross. Mix them real quick. Grabbing any potentially good drop I see because I have absolutely nothing. I do that with some items. Like with Hourglass, I take almost every Hourglass I see. Because any build that's shooting a gun for damage currently without Redux's balance, you are better off having an Hourglass than anything else. Fire Stabo. Thinking for Pog Totem Augment doing Rot Shot. What's Spell Shot bringing to the table there? Pearl Farm and AJ Bridge. magic bullets mainly. That's just gun damage. Sure, it's a good amount of gun damage, but it's just gun damage. Hi, Jester. Happy birthday, Jester. Chat, say happy birthday to Jester. Jiggling. Firebird. I definitely have a better one. Happy birthday, innit? My cats are very cat today. Yeah, that's you. Yeah, I was talking about you. See, he knows. The cat. Cat says happy birthday too. Jake thinks it'll be cake. Oh, I already went through all my souls, huh? I didn't realize. Okay, well, we need to do some soul farming. Let's pop over to Redmorn. I could just hop on another save to farm Vesper, but I think it'll not only be slower than Ghostblade, it'll be slower on Redmorn when I need to farm on that character, so, like, I may as well just do this now.
There's nothing to fear there but fear itself. Literally.
Cat is very cat.
The mon.
The Mon. Pokemon? No, you're not a Pokemon, Jake. I mean, you might be, actually.
Let me cut you off there.
I should put on a body rune for this. Where's my body rune? There it is.
Till death I said die!
Would use for Pog Totem Augment. Like, the question is, are the totems just gonna be there to buff your output in a gun build? Like, are you going for some sort of, hey, this is pure guns, or hey, this is some sort of hybrid, or like, what's the idea?
Key to success in that
For a chance boost one.
is to try,
The augment for Pog Totem gives like ammo regen, fire rate, a bunch of shit. I forget everything it gives. Axton vibe. They don't pull aggro, which would be interesting if they were like entities that work that way. Never thought about that. Like to inform 2 for soul farming, lots faster, only a few fewer souls. Ooh, I'll try that. Yeah, with 4, it being immune to poison, fire, it does make it a little awkward for my current setup. I can do form 3 and it should be fine. Like, unless I position Ghostblade perfectly to chop the heads, it does take a little bit. For Pog Totem stuff, I think Rune had the idea of doing Blight Knight. That sounds interesting. Shroom Wraith seems like a good way to just have good support for both guns and totems in the setup. Getting around 40 on 4 and 35 on 2. Oh, that's pretty good. Let me try 3. Let's see how fast that is. Are we singing a birthday song?
Truth isn't black or white, good or evil, right or wrong.
Yeah, provided I get my body rune kill quickly, this will be fast. Adrenaline Adaptive Spirit Rune. Adrenaline doesn't do it any favors, but Spirit Rune's still an interesting item.
This mirror has skeletons eternal.
Okay, I do have a deluge.
Flames of a specter of fear. So, I'll be right at home.
Although, something I didn't try. Let me try 4 one more time. I didn't try using a Tooth Raider for the non-LE bolts. Redmore just fucks off.
Death's too good for you!
That's such a cool thing. Just the epicenter in this game. Epicenter is such a cool grenade in BO3. The bounce and the orbs out. Yeah, that's the speed that I was hoping for from the beginning. But it doesn't happen that fast unless I properly hit Ghostblade on like all of the heads at once. So maybe for consistency's sake we do still go on the lower ones.
I'm always up for
Got my own head and had talked myself out of it. I mean, a plate mail with Affinity and Wrath could be really nice on Shroom Race setup for this. Yeah, you'd get Wrath going that route. Because you can get that from armor. So you wouldn't have to skip in a skill tree.
Wow.
You'd still be getting the early Spore Tree stuff that helps out guns.
I can get one in black.
You'd be getting the Spore cooldown stuff, which is going to help you have more consistency in your Pog Totem stacks.
This mirror
It does
has
seem
skeletons, eternal flames, and
like it'd be an option.
fear. So, I'll be right at home. I made this for you!
Redmore, get back here. Fuck. I'm thinking, let's go to something like 750-ish souls.
Please, hasn't met me. This mirror has skeletons, eternal.
Because we went through that 500 really fast. 500's only, 10 runs.
It's not.
Maybe we should go to 1,000. Find the noise it makes from collecting souls to be weirdly satisfying. Yeah, it's like a crunchy slurp. I enjoy that. Especially because Crunchy Slurp was my nickname in high school. I think 3 might be faster for me because of the elements in question.
It's a good night to face your fears, and the embodiment of everyone else's fears too.
Yeah, because this is cryo and dark magic immune. Which is fine. Should maybe run a different melee weapon for this, but once I get body rune up, it's just free.
There's nothing to fear there but fear itself, literally. What monster's reflection shines in that glass? Only you can know.
Plus I can use Shroom Fart to potentially proc Bog down. Yeah, that's true. There we go, we had a good Ghostblade position there. See the difference? We actually hit like multiple parts of the hitbox. It's just so much faster. Blight Spore, Brutal Stampede. Sad. Skill roll was not it. Chums gives like 0 souls or else you'd be better. Yeah, Chums is super fast. Like, it's cursed, but Imelda might unironically be like good for this, provided you're running a build that can do Imelda quickly. Like if you bring a spell build with laser heads, you could just dead. But it's probably still slower than Redmorn. At least slower than Redmorn's potential speed. Like Redmorn doesn't have immune phases. If I was really going all in on efficiency for Redmorn farming, he'd be dead already. Just kind of using what I got. There's a good Ghostblade. Yeah, good positioning. Satisfying. Like, just the visuals and like the concept of fusion with Alchemical Agent, Contagion, and Ghostblade is and Ghostblade Augment is okay, this blade is spinning on me and now I'm bleeding everywhere. Oh, also it's really cold and suddenly I'm on fire. Oh, and there's some poison. Oh, and now I'm cursed. Oh, and I'm being electrocuted. Oh, and now I'm also exploding constantly. Like, every type of damage you can have happening to an enemy happens.
It's a good night.
It's very funny.
Fears, and the embodiment of everyone else's fears too.
I do wonder about... It's something I haven't done yet, but Forbidden Spell with Fusion, if it applies to the Fusion explosion, that's probably funny. For science.
Phantom Blade!
Yeah, the spell is definitely still silly. Definitely still very silly. Huh. I didn't get a death save off of that, but he did.
Give me something to cast at this instant!
Like, the idea is once I get a kill, I'll have a global fire bonus element, and then with Forbidden Spell on, I'll have a global poison bonus element. So, in theory, if fusion explosions can apply dots, then fusion can apply fusion. I'd get kicked out. No, you don't get kicked out of mirrors if the boss is dead.
Spectre of fear. So,
Usually.
that'll be
I have been kicked out when Imelda's dead.
This mirror, huh?
Punishment for using Forbidden Spell, true.
Soul almost tipped my son!
My curiosity has been satisfied. I don't need to do that anymore.
Finally!
See, I can't even bring myself to use that for long while farming a singular boss. It's just that uninteresting. Yeah, being a berserker isn't really helping me out farm efficiency wise here because I'm not getting anything out of the old ways currently.
Shines in that glass.
I do prefer running Blight Caller on Ghostblade to begin with. Maybe we go back to that for a little bit. Clawstalker is the play, but we could just not be Clawstalker, and that's cool. Like we already do a lot of Clawstalker. Am I gonna? We're gonna be a Clawstalker. Love how I talked myself into that like immediately. dedication would be good for when we're in downtime. I think I'm just gonna go with rebuke. %10 gun damage is not insignificant, but I think I would rather have an extra point in 1,000 cuts. Gives you minus 1,000 Riz. Anyone confirm? Anyone check their Rizometer?
Rule 1 in the Deathbringer Handbook: always bring it harder than it's brought. I'm always up for a quick run through the land of the undead.
Hate how annoyance are just press a button to do damage. I'd much rather use a buff meister. That is the funniest part of it to me, J-Bridge. Like, you think that's different? Yeah, Claw Stalker damage be like. Ooh, Claw Stabbo, Brutal Stampede. It's certainly trying. It's got spell damage, and then spell damage, and crit damage. Only one awe, though. It tried. Going Blade Caller would be good here too, because I'd get bogged down. I'd get comparable elemental damage between Whisper Rot and Dragon Aura. I could get I guess Worst Curse would, the spell damage from that would help out my fusion explosions, and I'd get extra status Chance, which is more fusion explosion consistency. That's maybe not bad. I could also run Flawless Edge for like even more global, but that's not going to be useful as soon as I do decide to go with Agony. Then I'm just not going to have any Agony uptime, and this just kind of works. Plus with this setup, I get Oath of Fire on my gunshots, so I'm applying both poison and fire with my gun. So, instant fusion. I'm not really benefiting from the lightning increase right now. I guess that means I should be using a lightning pickaxe.
Try. What monster's reflection shines in that glass? Only you can know.
Yeah, that's a lot more damage. This is how you efficiently farm Redmorn. Do I even have an appropriate amulet right now? No, I can change that too. I have Lightning Stabbo. Perfect. Even more damage. We simply keep getting stronger.
There's nothing to fear there but fear itself, literally.
I guess I don't want the duration here because it makes my reset time between farms longer. So I can go Demon Blights here for right now.
I'm not afraid of a little
Might be faster.
ice. There's no way this place is colder than I am.
It's a good night to face your fears, and the
Although, unironically, Insight Ring could go hard here despite the ability damage being useless. it would give me conditional, which I don't have any other access to at the moment. Huh. That's interesting. That's really interesting. I never thought of that before now. I want an insight ring now. Anyone remember what quest insight ring comes from? Like, I know what quest it is, but what the name of the quest is so I can check my journal.
Yes! Bleeding was so awful!
Like how your Redux journey has a mirrored your vanilla journey and that you started with enjoying guns and moved to melee. Well, I've been moving back and forth. Like, I started with
I'll be right at home.
melee, and then I moved to spells, and then to abilities, and then to guns, and back to melee. But I will be hard-pressed to resist doing the lightning chucking build at some point today, because that gun build is probably my favorite gun build I've ever made. It's so fun. That inferior delivery method does not get nearly the love it deserves, because it is awesome. Yeah, I think optimal rings for this setup for bossing might be 1 Demon Blight, 1 Insight Ring. Let me loot lemon this real quick.
One loot, actually. Mine.
Kevin, you do not need anything. You're being a Kevin right now. On the wink of destruction. Okay. Journal. Completed. Doesn't appear I've done it. Okay, let's do one more Redmorn. Yeah,
I'm always up for a quick run through the land of the undead.
remember that mission at all? It's the one where you gotta go get Sully's eye back. It's an Iclops. And let's get his eye. Should know one more. Sully seems an alright bloke. He does. Seems a good egg. Weird, I'm still getting ad spawns. Come on, there's not 3 more souls lying around somewhere. That's gonna bother the shit out of me. Like, these aren't dropping souls. It's gonna bother the shit out of me. Oh well.
Wyvern here thinks it's the embodiment of fear.
Alright. I think that's it right there. Yeah, there it is. There's soulless. Wait a tick. I hope we get Dragon Age Dreadwolf info, like, soon. I want that game to not suck. EA and PC ports. Yeah. Come to think of it, maybe I hold off on that there PC purchase.
Unless you're busy, which I can put so nice of you to stop by. I'm sorry, and I'm stuck in this.
Oh, I definitely have health bug right now.
Really didn't see this one coming.
Looks like you're blocking up the waterworks there, big guy. How'd that happen?
Well, I've got an eye for history.
Probably have to PS5 that one.
Ready to believe the ancient corneal
Yeah, I might have to do the same.
hidden in these ruins. But it all flooded and I got stuck.
Which I don't want to go back to playing RPGs on console.
Dirty to knock it down the old-fashioned way. Any ideas?
As it happened, I've had quite a bit of time.
And like, it wouldn't even be my PS5. I don't have a PS5. I'd have to borrow a PS5 like I did for fucking God of War Ragnarok.
And there are quite creepy things in here with me, so if you could hurry, you know, if it's not too much trouble. You've really done it. I can feel it starting to. Oh no.
Oh, more Cyclops are coming. Stay with you?
No, just go quickly. Oh, hey guys, fancy meeting you here.
So do you think these Cyclops, like, you think the eyeballs are so irritated looking because they're just a big unprotected eyeball? They're just getting, like, abrasions from all the sand in this fucking desert?
Thanks, cousin. I almost caught it. But while I was almost dying, I did see a second precious fish. Think that ought to do the trick.
What was up with those jerks, huh? Reminds me of a few people I killed a long time ago.
Oh, well, the other Cyclops. Yes, that's it. Now quick, come give old Sully a tug.
How do they eat? South Park style.
All right, that's much better then, isn't it? Love it.
Whoa there, you're kind of just a spine. Cool.
Oh no, I thought something didn't quite feel right. The rest of my body must have gotten separated earlier in the ruin. Should probably find that, eh? Oi, mate, that's my body.
Raging Cyclops, huh?
Wow, I finally feel like I'm myself again. Anyways, I'm for sure stuck down here, so guess I didn't really think this one through, eh? Look, I don't want to put you out any more than I already have. You can just leave me here to die. It's perfectly all right.
Shut up, nerd. Just kidding, I've got you.
Choice says. I'll just wait here then.
I do enjoy this voice type, the grim one. I'm still glad they added that. No one was expecting, like, additional voice types, and they just gave us one.
Oh my gosh, it's working! Even after
I enjoy
all
the
this
lines from this
time,
one a lot.
They just don't make them like they used to, right? Now get on over here, mate. Come on, then, follow me. We can still find the corneal coronet.
Uh-huh. Rare artifacts. Do go on.
Well, the corneal coronet historically belongs to the true ruler of all Cyclops. I suppose it is also made of pure gold and priceless jewels, but I'm not really interested in all that, you know? Oh, no, flooded. We'll have to stop this water flowing in, or just give up and turn around, I guess. Either way. Sweet ass, we did it. Not to be rude, but shouldn't you maybe know how to swim? Feels like a really necessary skill to have.
Yeah, maybe. But on the other hand, I put a lot of talent points into metal and skulking menacingly.
Ah, makes sense. Well, you can head on down there now. Oh, this is really tough. I absolutely would have died down here multiple times without you. Good thing we met today, eh? This is it, mate.
I love Sully.
Combination of my years of study, all behind these doors. The coronet. Describe it to me exactly as it stands. heavy is...
Oh, crap. Trap. Run.
Oh no! Run!
Oh yeah, there's a bonus objective for getting out without dying. That's cool.
Phew, that was a close one, eh, mate? Let's skedaddle, and then I can see that coronet. Gosh, we made it! I never thought we would... Oh, no.
Kevin, stop knocking your water over.
In fairness, they... That was their whole gang. I'm free to explore ruins to my heart's content now. What a world!
Yes, you.
You know what, Sully? I think you should have this. And wear it.
What? Me? Wear this? But it's meant for the one true...
Wait, so that's just on your unprotected eyeball?
I'm just... Sully.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but there is more to life than killing. And you see that. There must be others like you. You know, other nerd cyclops. So wrangle up a posse and be awesome together.
You know, before today, I would never have even considered something like this, but you've really given me so much confidence in myself and who I am, I have to say. I think I might just do it. Thank you, cuz. You're a mate for life. Excuse me. I think I have something in my eye.
Good guy, Sully. Kevin, what the fuck? Hang on. Or Cyclops actually parasites the eyeball portion, just finds the body and takes it over. That would make the most sense. That would make the most sense. Now, what do we get for rolls on our insight ring? Ooh, action skill duration. That's perfect. Ability crit damage doesn't help, but action skill duration is a good roll. Alright, let's head back over to Dreamvale. Decided I want to get to 2,000 souls. So we'll just get there real quick. The eyeball's a plaga. Gloria, las plagas.
I prefer worlds that are less damn. But I love the thought.
Ah, Dreamvale. Gotta love a place that's always...
True.
Oh, I guess I'm in photo mode. That's pretty good damage. Crunch, 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 crunch.
And it's skeletons and loot galore.
Let's try 4. See what happens. Maybe this is efficient enough to do 4. I probably want a non-elemental bolt blaster though for this farm. See what happens. take out that head, and then... Oh yeah, then it's fine.
One more for the soul fire.
Just gotta make sure to take out that head, and we're good. So no head?
This mirror has skeletons, eternal flames, and a specter of fear. So, I'll be right at home.
Do I have points in follow-up from? Is that from my armor? Yeah. Guess I could have a fusion with awe right now, huh? Which I'm sure I do somewhere. Might have to check another save for that. Hey, honey bunny. How am I? I'm good. How are you? Doing a bit of Redmorn farming to get enough souls to do some Vesper farming. To try out some stuff on builds. I want to get to about 2,000 souls before we go back to farming Vesper, because 500 went real quick, so... And I'm hoping to get, like, at least a couple Agony drops today. Because I want them in so many builds. Like, that was a self-sustaining fusion chain right there. That was fusion just keeping itself going because of body rune. Hey, Con Man, how you doing? Only one who doesn't like the fact Redmore is just the best boss to farm after getting max on each mirror because they give the most. There's cases where Redmore could maybe not be the best play we were talking about. Like, for example, it's entirely possible to have a situation where Imelda's the optimal farm for souls. It's just you need a very specific kind of build. Like, some builds are just going to have trouble with Redmore because of the elemental immunities. And because of the nature of a boss being that far away. So, like, it could end up being Imelda for a couple builds. Like, if Chums gave more, I think Chums should just give more. Chums is not really an option in this conversation, although chill Chums farming is fun. Because it's just very free, and you get good sourced loot from there. But yeah, it is what it is. X is on my Y until I Z. Yes, no. Sure. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Yep, just Jake doing Jake things. Kevin is staring and judging. No, like, actually he is. Fusion going for a while there. And then we got Contagion off of that. Yeah, Fusion's nuts. My Ghostblade was over. It was just like, yeah, enemy dead. You're good. You're chilling. Hey, Rabbit, how are you? Chums drops a ton of legendaries. Yeah, Chums is rewarding drops-wise, for sure. And ironically enough, melee build friendly.
Time to put someone in a cast.
Chums and Redmore are the only two mirror boss I'd farm just because they're least annoying to fight from my experience. Yeah. I would agree with that.
It set someone on fire day.
Like, Theodore has stuff that I want,
right?
but it's just such a time commitment. It's just such a time commitment. Not even that it's annoying or difficult, I don't care about that. It's, no matter what you do, Theodore is slow. I should have the job. Let's go. You got this, Mr. Adblock. I'll continue to keep my fingers, toes, asshole, and esophagus crossed for you. But I believe. Good shit. Still think 2 or 3 are faster than 4? Possibly. Probably. Like, you're most likely right. And I'm being a lands player doing a big number right now. Or like Chad block. Hell yeah. Waiting for tomorrow now. I managed to get Big Needle earlier than 17th. Just slipped again on Sunday. Getting stabbed sooner. I guess getting stabbed is pretty pog in this situation, huh? Yeah, I'm glad you're able to get that care sooner rather than later. Oh, we got a pasta. In case you've been living under a rock and haven't seen or heard, male rompers are all the rage. Everywhere you look, you see bold, confident men rocking rompers. Whether it's in the store, on the beach, at the bar, or a festival, it's a fallacy to believe that male rompers are merely a fad. The market has spoken. Male rompers are here to stay. How you doing, Felicia? No, let me save this. Let me save this. Chad, do you guys think I could pull off a romper? Woke up early so I could submit the pasta. Amazing. Yeah, Felicia accidentally got me, like, to the point where I'd try out a romper. I'd try it out. There was a very convincing sales pitch.
Eternal flame.
I'd pull off your romper. Wait, what?
So, I'll be right at home.
Bandits, skeleton,
Oh, hey, we broke 2,000 souls.
and loot galore. One loot, actually. Mine.
Okay. Let's go to Vesper. Need emote a play version of the rock eyebrow raise. Feel like it'd get considerable usage. That would get a lot of usage, huh? I would use that a lot. That's a good idea. You could pull on a romper? That's true. Hey, Higgy Brit, how are you? Quag romper stream 1. It's not impossible. A little comfy the whole having to take off all your clothes every time you need to go to the bathrooms and no-go. Well, only if you need to, like, go number 2. Because, like, they have like, a flap in the front.
Look at you, all aglow.
Oh yeah, this is a health bug. Sorry, Vesper. Quag eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Yes. Quag eyebrow. I would totally use that. Let me make a note real quick. Hang on. Put this pasta in the dock. Open up a notepad. Ideas. Why everyone is talking about male rompers, CNN. Hey Sora, how are you? Why gender them at all, to be honest? You raise a good point. Like, it's clothing. Clothing don't need to be gendered. Not skinny enough to pull that off. I think I'm too skinny to pull it off.
That's on command. No need to thank me.
Ah, Rabbit, you just haven't seen the right person wearing it. I guarantee anyone can make, like, there's a piece of clothing that someone on planet Earth is gonna be able to make it work. Someone. Just gotta have the right person doing it. Should post the rest of the description. Every paragraph's like a copy pasta. Please, please, please share with chat. They're gonna be as hooked as I am. My wife wears men's cuts because they're more accommodating to her huge tracts of land. A couple months over the summer, swimming a mile every day, and I'll absolutely slay in it. Same. I was a romper really, but a short sleeve mechanic suit, swimmer mechanic, as it were. Good point, Jester. You've seen them in Time, Newsweek, GQ, and Vogue, just to name a few. While the gaining popularity comes as no surprise due to the sheer comfort, convenience, and style of our rompers, there's something bigger going on here. Something that is just changing the American fashion landscape as we know it. Men who wear rompers are proving to the world that it is okay to feel comfortable in your own skin. There are many ways you can express that you're confident in your own skin, but there's perhaps no better way than wearing a romper. To everyone that has worn a romper, thank you for showing people what it means to be comfortable in your skin. Not only are you a pioneer of style, but you are a pioneer of freedom. It's the truth. You are advancing themes of acceptance and love during a period of time where we desperately need it. To those of you who've yet to experience what it's like to wear a romper, what are you waiting for? Join this movement and not only become a pioneer of fashion, but a pioneer of freedom, acceptance, and love. I also like rompers. Hi, Pup T. Would a romper help me with farm work? Yes. I don't know how, but yes. DMing me something? Okay. What romper wrote this? You guys see why I was so, like, won over. Like, that's an excellent sales pitch. I agree, Kevin. I'll get 100 then. Felicia isn't actually getting this from news articles. Yeah, this is all off the cuff. I could pull that off, Rabbit. I could totally pull that off. I'd have to shave my legs, but I could pull it off. We're gonna Twitch on and buy you all those. Feel more confident while working, but bugs may fly up your romper. Would be very pleasant. You'd look stylish and feel stylish, and you'd be giving the bugs a very stylish home. Little column A, little column B. Hey, Ken. Oh yeah, I forgot. I should sit still when using lightning, huh? This did not go well. I should sit still. Maybe Demon Blight does work out to be better because of the amount of crits I'm getting. I think Insight Ring would work better if I was running like Assault and Battery, which I could try. Curious about that. I don't like wildlife roosting amongst my genitals though. Not a fan. You gotta try everything twice, Control. Having a romper just sounds like a win-win-win in all scenarios. Exactly. Start a romper fund for Quag now? Oh no. Assault and Battery use might require more points in awe than I currently have. Current total being 0. Yeah, that's not going to work until I have points in awe. Okay. Take the L on that. Questionablest romper. Hey, anything's possible. 100% CE in a romper. Thank you, Sora. I feel like I could rock it. Now, I maybe want to, like, bulk up a little bit. I'm a little bit skinny. But I feel like I could do it. Feel like I could handle it. Gotta rise to the occasion.
Right again.
Stop bullying Gage, Rabbit. You knew this was coming, it's okay, is the timeout reason. Ooh, Poison Burr. Need to make more room. When I move to British, I'm gonna break your back even more. Don't promise Rabbit something like that ever. Ayo. Quag, quag, shag, quag. Gotta be honest, the Quag eyebrow idea is been stuck in my head this entire conversation, like alongside the rompers thing. Oh wait, what if Quag eyebrow is wearing a romper? We just bring the memes together. Oh, you don't have eyebrows? Oh, sorry. My mistake. The triple X version of Batman versus Bane. Triple the farm work for the next 2 days. Ugh. Good luck with that, Lizard Leech. That sounds physically intensive. As someone who sits at a desk 20 hours a day, pass. You look great without eyebrows. I mean, I don't think I would, but I've never seen myself without eyebrows, so I don't know. Who let bro cook? I did. Yeah, take up the problems with Ken. It's all Ken's fault. whack some. just for free, just because I can.
Yes.
Fucking Great Bow's card dot. That's just hilarious to me. 4.4 thousand dot. 23% chance, 7 projectiles. Just Great Bow dot build. Just keep an inventory of 104 antique Great Bows. And then you're good. I have a mulligan on this save too, apparently? Okay. Low crypt petty tantrum. Sad. Let you see my feet. No, thank you. Also sit at a desk most of the day, so trust me, my sick arms will suffer greatly. Oof. I hear that. Brain cells are really rubbing together on that one. Every time I come back from B&B reviews, I always say something interesting in your chat. Yeah, interesting. Good way of putting it. Today it's been so cursed, I've had trouble keeping up with it. Like, I look away to kill one enemy and I look back and there's 5 more cursed things. They're in rare form today. Like, I thought I was just responding slow, but no, it's going quickly. That's why we farmed a lot of souls. You finally beat the challenge yesterday, but blowing out Rabbit's back is not a way to celebrate. Exactly. You tell him, honey bunny. Updating my Sims game? Oh no. What am I doing on souls? Forgot to apply soak this time, but it's only barely less damage. So our stats from last quarter decided to ramp up curse rates to match market demand. We are artificially inflating. Never change. My only excuse is comedic timing. There are a few things I wouldn't do for comedic timing. Oh, hate this bug. This is also why we got a souls buffer. Ghostblade setup so much better than mine. What are you going with on yours, Pragmatic? I could improve my armor significantly. My armor is currently not accounting for, like, being a Stabomancer. I could have a much better one. Or not a Stabomancer, rather. Clawbringer. Like, if I had a Claw Stabo one with Awe, that'd be real good. I'd lose some Ghostblade damage, but getting Awe is nice. There's a Stabo primary. I think even Stabo Grave would be better here, because sneak attack is, like, legit good in Redux. Movement speed is really nice to have. Like, I don't get much out of Swift Death and Follow Up here, is the point. I could have a much better fusion. Stabo Claw works well. More exploit their weakness, more Dragon Aura. Stabo Blight's more... That's actually interesting, but I can't get that on fusion. Stabo Burrow fusion with Rage Handle. Rage Handle is why you're not getting good performance. It is entirely the Rage Handle, I can tell you that right now. Reason being, let's compare these two items. Rage Handle has slightly more base damage, but lower base attack speed, worse crit chance, and significantly worse crit damage. The crit damage stat on your melee weapons matters so much for Ghostblade. Like, you need to juggle a bunch of stats. You need to juggle all 4 of those stats up there and the element for Ghostblade, which is more demanding than the other melee action skills. But having that bad crit damage mult, it really hurts you. Hey, Brucey. I hope you're doing well as well. Rage Handle doesn't help Ghostblade for the same reason Omega Rush hurts every type of melee.
Everyone's weak to death.
Farm for pickaxe getting shafted. In a pinch, you could go for a comma. Commas can get pretty much all the part rolls pickaxes can as a purple. Great axes are also good. There's actually no legendary equivalent of... here's a comma. See, 19,140 on just a purple. There's actually no legendary equivalent of a great axe, which is very interesting. But great axes are good. So I was thinking for Shroomwraith armor, +3 Wrath, obviously, +2 Affinity or +2 Geist be better. I'd say Geist, probably. It's, like, you can get ability damage elsewhere. You can't get direct to make Geist better elsewhere. That would be my thought. But, like, ability damage would benefit more things you have going on. It really depends on how much you find Geist doing for you. Geist is going to be significant against, like, raid bosses. Because, for example, like, let's say you're in the DPS phase against Gloop. Shooting Gloop's crit spot can create Geist that will then home in on Gloop's crit spot. And that's huge amounts of damage. So increasing Geist in that scenario leads to a lot more damage. Say comma, do you include Snake Stick? Yeah, Snake Stick works as a comma as well. It doesn't get as good of a stat range. Like, you can't get super high crit chance on a Snake Stick. And I think the highest crit damage you can get is 130. So it's more limited on the crit stats, but it has higher base damage than the pickaxe. Like, it's worse on the other 3, but better on that one. And then you get the companions themselves, up to 3 Hydras that are going to do melee damage. Like, those are good too. Gloop that candle company Gwyneth has. Close.
I never want to wait again.
That's for being a little stingy today, huh? Great Axe in the vendor. Here we go. This is a great stat roll and a great axe. Low on the swing speed. 1.27 is on the slower side, but 170 crit damage with 9% crit chance. This is the highest crit chance you can get on a very high crit damage melee weapon. Like Salt and Battery is 200 and 0 for reference. You get 9 and 170 here, with still having a pretty good base damage. Swing speed on Great Axe is going to go up to like 1.4 something, 1.47. But I think you end up with the 160 crit damage roll in that scenario.
More than you deserve.
Got that Burst 4 hybrid to C10, did enough runs of Vesper to account for 1,300 lost souls and got nothing. Yeah, she can be tough. At least she's got multiple good drops, like Hourglass and Agony both being sourced from her. Vesper is probably the most profitable Deady farm location in the game in terms of stuff that specifically comes from her. Because those two items are both incredibly good. Assault Battery is absolute no-go for Ghostblade because of the 0, right? The special effect won't kick in. So remember your Ghostblade's crit stats will depend on your melee weapon's crit stats. So like it'll crit very hard, but Salt and Battery swings slowly and doesn't crit often. Now you can get around the crit chance issue to a degree if, for example, you were running a skill tree configuration that allows you to get a bunch of points in Awe, because Awe is flat crit chance. So per point, 3.3% flat crit chance. That'll get it to be higher. But I would still say, for Ghostblade specifically, the combination of low swing speed and low crit chance makes it undesirable. You want something more balanced, which is why Pickaxe works out so well. Is this the best melee build? I hesitate to call anything best, Cracks, because, like, how do you quantify best? Even if you go something like most damage, it's still not that simple. I lived, bitches. Good job, Rune. Yeah, like, best depends. I'd say this is one of the better melee options. Like, Ghostblade absolutely eats bosses, and good on non-bosses, too. So this is one of my favorites, but I try not to use the word best when quantifying builds. As you can see, it's very high damage. Vesper is a tanky enemy. Spending night at work is not fun. Yeah. Only had to do that a handful of times in my day, but ugh. $150 out of it. I'd say they underpaid you, if we're being honest. I would need more than that for a night, unless I really enjoyed whatever it was I was doing. Just sleeping, I wasn't actually awake. I guess. I'm still giving it the side eye, though. Know your worth, king. You know, all that shit. I just want to be promoted, though. It's the little things I'll do. Yeah, that's a hard line to walk. Making yourself look valuable and useful without making yourself look, cheap. It's a tough line to walk. I trust your judgment. Spent 4 years working exclusively swing at a grocery store. I can get behind the field, spending the night at work. Yeah. There was a space of a couple years, a while back, where I was working enough different part-time gigs that, like, I generally just had a different job per time a day. And one of those occasionally called for doing overnight shifts. Wasn't that bad, but I also definitely didn't get paid enough for that. So, make sure you're being paid appropriately. Stomach, what are you doing? I could not do a graveyard shift. Depending on what I'd be doing, I could do graveyard shift. Graveyard shift dealing with customers? No. Graveyard shift, like, moving boxes or something? Yes. I could do that. I very nearly grabbed a gig at a loading dock doing graveyard shift stuff instead of streaming. Like, if I had not found some early success streaming, I would have been doing that instead. Base game, the thing for some weapons like fragment and get an extra projectile or extra ammo consumption. Yeah, that's the thing. Lots of weapons do that. It's been like that in most Lands games, hasn't it? Or at least in 3 and Wonderlands, that's extremely common. Extra projectiles are almost always extra ammo cost in these games. You can get paid for working. Interesting concept. Yeah, you can get paid for working, but not if you're a writer. What, you think we need writers for entertainment? It's totally not having quality writers who know what they're doing for why we get banger after banger. And, you know, why pay those people, am I right? You guys know that a few years back, James Corden actually advocated for paying his staff less? Like, he showed up to a meeting without his staff regarding the topic to pitch an idea that would involve paying them less. They work on exposure, yeah. James Corden's a walking douche. He's actually just an asshole. In every aspect of his life, he's just an asshole. It's amazing. Shows you what good PR does for a person. Nervy's losing massive money on his show, and clearly he wasn't the problem. Of course, of course. Never heard of him? He's one of those, talk show figureheads who, like, he presents this front of, you know, very surface level. If you don't know the guy, it's like, oh, just typical talk show host behavior. No, he's just like a massive asshole. Like, he gets banned from restaurants and shit. Just, like, advocates for his staff getting paid less behind their backs. It's fucking wild. He's just like a fucking comic book villain levels of douchebag. Coffee, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate it. Staff is in people or is in pull. You know. Remember the writer's strike? I was watching Heroes with my mom. Everything was great. And the next week's episode was complete ass. Because, you know, it's an important job and people should at least be paid appropriately for their work in the field. It's not like the money to pay the writers doesn't exist. That's the thing. That's the part of this you really need to keep in the forefront of your mind with things like this writer's strike. It's the money to pay them exists. It's just not going to them.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag Jiglin.
The actor's another million. It's not going to the actors either, Irish. It's also not an actor fault thing. It's going to, like, the executives and shit. You know, the classic tale of corporate types who have zero insight into the industry they work in, giving themselves bigger and bigger bonuses. That's what it always works out to. And a part of the conversation right now is the assumption is that what a lot of these corporate people, because they have no insight into the field they're working in, they think they can cut corners and save money by replacing writers with AI. Which, if you've seen AI written anything, the technology is not there. Like, there's the ethical conversation of, hey, maybe we shouldn't do that, but also the technology genuinely isn't there yet. Yeah, they're striking again right now, Arson. As of yesterday or day before. Does anyone remember that old, this is an old meme, but someone had an AI write, like, a scene of Batman? It's the funniest shit. This is from years ago. This is from, like, 2015 or something. But it's a classic. That's the kind of thing they think they can replace real people with. You know that one? You guys know that one? Yeah, cool. Keaton Patty. Yep. Let me pull it up. Cool. Thank you. Gotta give the horses food for the night, be back for administrators. So sounds good, Lizard Leech. So it's like there's money to pay the writers, but I can write being a rich asshole, I can give myself the money, is that it? Yeah, Dom, exactly. They either use the money to increase their own pay, or they think they can cut corners and replace the writers with AI so that they can use what they save to increase their own pay. It goes back to the same point, regardless.
I did you a favor, trust me.
I wasn't AI, I was a comedy writer pretending to use AI. Aw, sad. That makes sense considering that technology probably wasn't at that point at that year. Could be done now though, and it would still be hilariously shit. So at least the feel of it remains. Luke, I can answer that. Let me check. Let me check. Give me 1 second. Let me scroll OBS. For abilities like Interplanetary Stalker and Psycho Head with killing an enemy does X, do kills from the pet count? Oh, you have to kill them yourself. Kills from the pet should count towards that. It's like the pet is not completely separate from you. It is mostly separate from you, but for some things it still counts as you. For example, a pet getting a kill will give you a second win because in that regard it counts as you. Crit kills from a pet will trigger Hollow Point because Hollow Point treats it as you. Pet kills will trigger your kill skills. Bonk Irish. To the Shadow Dimension. Make it work, paying writers, do some good video game entertainment content. Like, the writers want to do it, they just also want to, like, be paid appropriately for their work. Pay them and let them cook. Like, the concept of cutting corners in any sort of creative industry always sounds like the play, but it's ultimately never worth it. Like, look what happens when you cut corners in every possible area. That's where you get Redfall. A supposed leak from Arcane Leon is that they just didn't care about the project internally because they're working on something else. They just didn't care. So nothing about that game is polished. If you cut corners with writers, you get what you pay for. So they're gonna lose money on it eventually. It's just the instinct to rip people off is too strong. Ah, yeah, it's this one. It's what Honey Bunny posted. Yes, I love it. I love it. That one's a classic. Gambling the writers will get desperate before they do. A lot of plays like that are calculated, and the calculus involves the fact that, you know, people who don't have as much money can't make certain decisions even when that would be the right play. Like doing stuff to people who you know you're in the wrong, but you're banking on the fact that they can't legally fight it because that costs money, and at least here in the States, the legal system is designed to favor people who have more capital. So, like, someone could rip you off, and if you don't have the money to fight them in court, you're still screwed. Even if you do have the money to fight them in court, you could still end up losing money. So that same sort of mentality is definitely what applies to stuff like worker exploitation. Because if they're not working, they're not making money. So, same thing. Gotham. You get Mass Effect Andromeda. It's another good example. Writers, visual effects artists, and stunt people to get some better respect and paid better. Voice actors as well. Just imagining a ham dyed black and covered in belts.
I made this for
But my short-term corporate and shareholder profits. It's what happens when you get people who, once again, they're not in touch with the industry because they look at the short term and they're like, yeah, we'll operate around this, but like, I'm gonna bring it up again. Redfall. If you're enjoying the game, if you're finding things you enjoy about it, I am happy for you and I hope you can continue to do so. But it nuked Arcane's reputation. It's gonna take them a decade to bounce back from this. It's like they're known for bangers. Even their previous title, Deathloop, was generally well received, but it had some people concerned about what they'd look like going forward, especially with their acquisition. They phoned one project in, and now their reputation's fucked. CDPR with Cyberpunk. I love Cyberpunk as a game, but one mistake. One mistake. Yeah, Jaybridge sharing a brain cell. Totally not the underlying cause of most of society's problems. True. She'll drop an agony eventually, chat. Forget who it was. I think it was the Ubisoft CEOs diverting a ton of money into NFTs, thinking it boosting income of the money. I think it was multiple studios and publishers. I know Square Enix CEO was big into NFTs, and you know that field died quick. Saw someone say they were buying an Xbox just for Redfall, poor soul. I saw an interesting conversation where someone was pointing out that in terms of console branding success, the Xbox 360 was massive, but we're now at a point where there's a generation of gamers that were not alive when the Xbox 360 was like around. If you weren't gaming in that time, Xbox 360 was fucking legendary. It was the system to game on. Even like more so than PC at the time. But Xbox One didn't have that momentum, and then Xbox Series X does not have the momentum either. So it's like Xbox is kind of in trouble, which is probably why they're so stressed about the Activision deal being blocked the UK blocked it, I believe. Now they can still do it elsewhere. It just means they can't operate within the UK, I believe is how that would work out. And it's not their biggest market, but it's one big enough to be annoying. People are old enough for that. Xbox 360 came out in 2005, Rune. 2005. It's 2023. With the release of Anthem. I think it's more like EA ruining BioWare with Anthem. Because remember, there's a lot of decisions made in gaming, especially AAA gaming, where the publisher is to blame. EA is notorious for ruining studios under their umbrella. I'll take those AARP emails seriously. Yeah, you're welcome, Ken. Gotta remind you how old we are. think it was less that 360 was amazing, more that PS3 was weird. Little both. But keep in mind the exclusives game for 360, like 360 exclusives, it was just consistent bangers from launch all the way through. PS3 didn't have that many. PlayStation exclusives didn't really hit their current stride until PS4.
I never want to wait again.
And it's something I do want to touch on with this conversation is the whole gamer-invented console war thing. Yeah, that's not a thing in the industry. They don't look at it that way. Devs don't look at it that way. Publishers don't look at it that way. Corporations don't look at it that way. I don't want to present myself as someone who's like, oh, console wars. No. Just comparing success of different platforms and what it could mean for us as consumers. I have no platform loyalty. Even as a kid, I thought console wars were dumb. It's such a childish concept. Even too childish for a child. People seeking validity for their purchase decisions, and those same people being unable to justify it to themselves without putting down someone else's decision. It's truly cringe. It's a double AoE radius on a moon ring. I want that. Y'all think console wars or Xbox versus Sony weren't around for Nintendo versus Sega? Same thing. It's just before it could pick up the traction. Like, Nintendo versus Sega was not really at the time where the internet was becoming what it is now. No, and the internet is fantastic at polarizing any issue further than it already has been. Oh, the homie's gonna hang out in Discord again. It's been like a month. We did a movie night somewhat recently. A few of us were there. It was me, Moo Girl, Rapid Fire, Snowspawn. We watched Get Out. That was fun. It's one of my favorite movies. Yeah, I'm down to hang out in Discord some more sometime. Just gotta find the time. We can do more movie nights and stuff again. You didn't need the internet, you had to fight with the neighbor kid that had Sega. There you go. We do have to do some dock work, we do.
More for the culling.
But also do some party games and stuff. Some Jackbox, some Ultimate Chicken Horse. Ultimate Chicken Horse Pog? It is pretty pog. A portion, there's a few articles released by people working on it. Apparently it's just BioWare not having the game made for 4 years, and in the last 6 months they tried to crunch it out like they do Dragon Age Inquisition. It's more like bad business practice. Yeah, crunch is a weird model. It's the same energy as a literal child, a fucking teenager deciding to, not do all their work until the last moment. Internet can polarize anything, even if one side is definitely right. Remnant still has a bug where beam rifles increasing damage over time applied to everything because of bad coding. Devs themselves said it was a bug, half the community said it was a bug, and somehow the other half said it was intended. Because, you know, people just want things. People want information that confirms their own viewpoint. That's not exclusive to the internet. It just makes it easier to find information that confirms your own viewpoint, even if you're factually incorrect. That's just the way the human brain is wired. That's why conspiracy theories have such traction among certain kinds of people, because those people, their brains have been programmed to seek out that information, and then you get one of two outcomes. You get A, the theory was confirmed, then you get that dopamine hit, or B, you found information that goes against the theory, which becomes, your brain just files that as proof of a cover-up, or someone who's wrong, etc., etc. People want that reinforcement loop of, yes, I'm right, yes, I'm right. It's how the brain works. My friend once called it, because he can remember all the words, horse, cat, banana, poop. I like it. You know, that was my nickname in high school. People love to be on the unpopular opinion side of stuff. Makes them feel unique. That's definitely a component. A moment of self-awareness in my case. I find myself doing that with build stuff sometimes. Like, I don't play gun builds until Redux, where people are like, oh yeah, gun builds not as good as non-gun. Then I'm like, well, actually, you could do this with gun builds. Like, yeah. Little bit cringe, can't help myself, sorry. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. One of my stocks, vanilla separate Redux section. We haven't decided on doing like Redux stocks. It'd be a lot of work, as Rune said. Like, vanilla doc has been, the framework's been done for a long time. I took care of like the core stuff a while ago, and Rune has been doing the majority of actually doing additional write-ups beyond that. But like the amount of detail we have for BL3 docs, keep in mind, that was stuff done by multiple people over multiple years. A lot of it was just added over time. They were not that complex to begin with. It was a lot of building up. So even a year into Wonderlands, even like a solid 8 months after deciding to do doc stuff, the amount of detail we could go into makes it so an individual write-up could take like fucking weeks. And there's a bunch of stuff being done at once, while we each juggle our own streams, our own work, our own personal lives, and burnout on and off. It's a lot of factors. So like, it hasn't been a lie saying, hey, in progress for a long time, because it has been in progress for a long time at various speeds. But yeah. Burnout hard doing the base write-ups? Yeah. My wife was in college, she had a friend to look up conspiracy stuff with. Eventually she realized her friend actually believed the conspiracy was so bad they stopped being friends. And there's been, in the past 8 years or so, if you live over here in the US, most people have had that moment happen at least once. No matter where you fall on the political spectrum, you have at least one person like that in your life, more likely than not. Because there's like politics, and then there's just, you're completely insane. You know, Quag Chalky Milky Mo. Hey, we got it. We got the agony. Oh, never mind. That was a negative force world draw. Fuck. I spoke too soon. Damn it. shit. Every time I go to farm a pearl, this happens. Our character an amoeba? No. It's like a stylized version of, if you've ever seen Batman Beyond, Blight is like the main villain. My branding eventually became that. It was like, someone was like, the quag is toxic thing. Someone was like, this is you, and tagged me. And I was like, yeah, fuck it, sure. Which world drop roll do you get this time? Negative force this time, Ken. So it's a dude who looks like Blight. You know, modified at times to be transformative in its own thing. Taking care of the horses went by faster than usually. They had enough water left or barely to fill any. Ooh, that's a W. You have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down? Yeah. Levels of conspiracy, though, like, world is flat is outright proven wrong. Some stuff we'll just never know. There's some stuff that's like, yeah, you can be like, well, I think you're thinking a little too hard about this, but whatever, you do you. But then there's, you know, the harmful ones. You got the genuinely harmful ones, which I don't want to list off. You know, probably eventually gets TOS, but yeah. Thanks, Past Me, for filling their water more than I usually do. See, you have good interactions with Past You. I don't. I end up cursing Past Me for, like, not replacing the toilet paper ahead of time. We are not the same. Yeah, that kind of nonsense, Honey Bunny. That sort of deal. People saying that tragic events were, you know, staged, stuff like that. That kind of things. And that's as far as we have to go into that. Past Me and I have beef for obvious reasons. I have some beef with Past Me on a couple things. Everybody's got their own regrets. Past loading screen is an asshole. I like present loading screen. So I forgive past loading screen for everything except that one toilet paper incident. That one's unforgivable. You don't have beef with your past self, you haven't been learning anything? Honestly, that's a pretty good take, Doobie. I agree with that. That's a pretty good take. A bit of a red flag if you can go, hey, I've always done everything perfectly in my entire life. Like, Curse future me with having to patch a bunch of Fallout 4 mods. Yeah, you see, I curse future me by refusing to update Cyberpunk, because if I update Cyberpunk, then I have to update all of the mods to work with the new update, but as long as I don't update it, It's fine. But one day I'm gonna forget and accidentally do it. So that's gonna be a future me problem. Not one to hold a grudge though. Past me is doing their best usually. Yeah, like it's not necessarily holding a grudge, but like having self-awareness is important. You're the only loading screen I enjoy. Damn, the unspoken Riz of Rune has become spoken. Making the homies feel validated. Slut.
That soul almost took my son!
I do feel validated. He spit out chalky milk. Sorry. I just want an agony chat. We farmed extra souls, but I didn't think we'd need this many. Well, there's a pearl. It's probably another negative force. You wanted agony, you're doing it. You're not wrong. Bring back song redemption. Hey, we got it. Cool. With a Nova part. That's also okay. Now, the thing is, I wanted multiple. So maybe we just go until I'm out of souls. Maybe we just go until I'm out of souls. I'm gonna find a lot of people I knew in college are the same people they were in college, and 20 years later, it's a little off-putting. They've not grown as people at all, and more than anything makes me realize my own past errors and things. I basically have a mirror to look at people who are my good friends. For me personally, I look at, like, life in sort of... this works much better retroactively, but I can break it up into, like, phases. That I can pinpoint a period of a couple of years where it's like, hey, I didn't like what I was doing, who I was around, how I thought of things at this chunk of my life, and... having the ability to do that and then grow and develop as a person is kind of what life is about. If you don't want to look like a massive piece of shit, or be a massive piece of shit, I should say. That matters more than what you look like. So, like, me in my early 20s, definitely different guy than me now. For example. Just maturity, outlook, coping skills, associations. You know, and people who don't change beyond that point, I don't know. thing that made me remember today, someone said PJ from a Goofy movie has unspoken Riz because he picked a girl way quicker than both of his friends so smoothly. On Agony for that burst bore Blizzard gun hybrid. Yeah, that would go really well there. Yeah, I don't know if I can generalize to that degree pragmatic, but like it's definitely a point in your life where I mean, not only has your brain not finished developing, but like still pretty new to the whole adulting thing. And the concept of lasting consequences has not sunk in for a lot of people. Whether that's on your own life or on other people's lives. So, again, it's not a universal thing, but I know a lot of people who, hey, another pro. Glad we kept going. I know a lot of people who, did not live their early 20s as if there were consequences for anything. And that's something that you're just kind of forced to age out of eventually. Some people are just very slow aging out. Back-to-back runs? Really? Cool. The RNG is evening out. We still got souls. Do another one. Or another 4. Gotta go. Great Quag stream. See you next time. Have a good one. Thank you, Brett. Thank you for stopping by. Always a pleasure to have you. Quag great stream, not great Quag stream. Streamer literate. Please clear your inventory. I can't. My bank is also full. And I need all these items. In fairness, a lot of these items are from this farm. Keep hoarding. Thank you, Ken. I feel validated now. Someone confirmed my own viewpoint, and now I'm going to reject all opposing information. Nice bug. I was considering farming Omega Rushes today as well, but this Agony farm's taken, well, it took way longer than... And that's for, like, a good item. I don't know if I can justify it to myself, spending this long on a bad item. Especially because I need to soul farm again. ×3 sawmill 15 mag? Kinda want that. But not bad enough to make an inventory slot for it. The idea behind getting multiple agonies here is I'll have one for this save, and then I can put away another one for other builds. Because it's one of those items you're just going to want on a lot of builds. And since Shaped Hourglass is fantastic, we have been passively farming those while we're here. And Legacy Hunt bosses just give you a lot of world drops in general, so we've been finding other useful things here and there. I think maybe next we go farm a couple more fusions. I'd like other skill options for fusion for this build. Because the current one, while the class power is nice and the substats are good, we could have way better skills. So that's a massive upgrade on the table. Frost Spell Shot, gun mag size. Cooldown's kind of a wasted roll, but Frost Spell Shot's good enough to pick up. I don't need a second body room. I can drop that one. I could maybe use Smithy's Ire on this. That could be fun. Do I have Ghostblade enchant rolled on my Smithies? Because, like, it's melee, it's gonna alchemical agent, contagion, and all that, but it's also fire. So it's gonna have the ability to apply fire dots. And it gets Oath of Thunder. Got one with extra charges. I don't have one with extra... Oh, I do. Okay. Spell damage, extra projectile. I think ideally I would want Spell damage radius extra. No, spell damage charge extra projectile. I think that would be the ideal. I don't need multiple marshmallows. Sell that. I thought I could go bed early. Oh, gotta manage ducks now. You sound like you lead an interesting life, Lizard Leech. You always have something interesting to say about farm animals. I love reading your messages. Oh. Bad dodge. Enough for one more run. It's 1 p.m. already? It's caring for ducks all it's quacked up to be. I'm disappointed in you. Someone was gonna make that joke, but did it have to be you? Okay, last run. Unless it bugs out. I like hearing the skeleton dialogue from Vesper. It's amusing.
Yes! Waiting was so awful!
Frost Stabbo. Cooldown reload speed. That's pretty good. So we only got 2 agonies out of all that, but honestly, could have been way worse. Let's go drop off some stuff in the bank, and then farm some fusions. Yeah. Around 60 chickens, 2 quails, more on the way, and 3 horses, and also 4 ducks. Nice. Most people pull out cock jokes when I mention chickens, so I'm surprised the chat's restraint. Oh no, you've opened the door. You've opened the door. It's not gonna stop now. Did someone say cock? Those 4 old quails died due to rats and bad enclosure building on my sister's part. Do rats eat quail? Or did they just get sick? Grandfather's not doing well. Huh, sorry to hear, Mr. Adblock. You've heard of Pizza Rat, and I meet his cousin Quail Rat. Definitely health bug, but
Till death I said so.
got a safe quit anyway, so may as well do one. Can't mantle there? That's obnoxious. Be surprised by how smart rats are. They dug holes into the enclosure and then covered those up so the quails couldn't escape when they left. Wow. I mean, I knew rats were intelligent, but like, that's some problem solving. Holy shit. It took one or two at a time, so we didn't notice it quickly. Wow. Ten years ago, there's a rat infestation in my area. They ate like 40 of my family's chickens. Rats eat through anything to get to the food. I'm just impressed that they physically are able to do that. Rodents are pretty metal. You're pretty.
Give me something fast at this instant.
I haven't had any rats go after the baby chicks, luckily. That's a win. That is a win.
Love my job.
So this is the same combo as what we have now. We're going for this armor with Stabo Power Primary, just different subclasses, and hopefully still getting area on the bottom. Like, these three are good passes. Area is the biggest one. I'd accept melee damage, I'd accept spell damage. Melee crit chance is good. That's one quail fact. They bully the runts and can cannibalize at times. It's pretty common in nature, isn't it? Having one of our quails called Fat Gus. They knew. They knew. It's dark.
Oh, I do excellent work.
Miasmic Mail with wow. Melee crit chance, all damage, 3 exploit their weakness on a Miasmic Mail. That's like really fucking good. The ability crit chance is nothing, but like everything else, wow. That's a crazy roll. Hey Viper, how we doing? Of course you show up during Ghostblade. Game of Barnes. Stomach, stop it. So bye, I have to go. Take it easy, Sora. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good day as well. Or good evening, I guess. Always something, man. Always something. Okay, here we go. This is a fusion claw stabbo. 3 nimble fingers is very interesting here. Melee damage, all damage. Doesn't have area. But 3 nimble fingers is interesting, because that's, more fire rate's gonna let us apply fusion dots from our gun more often. That's also a lot more spell damage.
You make me so proud!
Send a picture of Fat Gus so you can bask in his glory in the Discord. Cool. Don't put Fat Gus in the food channel, it's too soon. 3 nimble fingers was my nickname in high school. Nice. That was a good one, Jay-Bridge.
Another soul clone.
It's just not stopping. It's constant rumbling. 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 It's coming. Rumbling. Goes into the Adam's shadow. Let me look. Aw, Fat Gus was cute. He was cute. Pain.
Void is extra hot today!
Doesn't look fat at all, he's perfect. He's perfect even if he was fat. That is not a disqualifier from perfect. I'm not crying, you're crying. Yeah, if I was a ranger in D&D, my favorite enemy, quail. That seals it. They all need to pay. It's just that simple. Here we go. Melee crit chance spell damage. No AoE, but good skills. I can make use of all of those. Now here's one with awe, but bad substats. Making progress. Dude almost died from rebuke. Yeah, ideally, I guess what I would want is spell damage, AoE, melee crit chance, 3 exploit their weakness, 2 potent poisons. Yeah, I think that'd go the hardest. Wow. Flag game.
That's on command. No, this ain't me.
I might need a second Ghost Blade on this one. Of course, you give me good RNG on this run.
Oh, fired up army.
Move speed, ability damage, fire rate.
I never want to wait again.
4 Oath of Thunder is cool. Only 1 awe though. Like, Oath of Thunder versus Awe ends up being interesting on melee, because, like, the crit chance isn't as valuable if I'm using a pickaxe as the crit damage on Awe, and the crit damage on Awe is placed very well formula-wise, so, like, that's still really good. But Oath of Thunder is going to go on every melee hit, so it's very consistent. But, like, Awe can go on things other than melee, like, we could have my melee crit and then my dot also crit. And the crit chance from Awe has extremely good value on dots. So it's not like Oath of Thunder is bad, but Awe is just like higher ceiling. Higher ceiling.
You're welcome. Yes, reading was so awful.
Only halfway through Wednesday and I'm already done with work this week. Sorry, J-Bridge. One of those days, huh? Or one of those weeks, I should say. Not actually done. Yeah, no, I understood. Only worked 2 days in May and it's already been a hell of a month. Nah, I feel you.
Love my job.
Vacation coming at the end of the month, already ready. Me too, actually. Looking forward to it.
More death wishes to grant.
Yeah, I want to get a good fusion here so we can take this into some chamber runs. Stress test. Might end up going Theurge over Barbaload and just bank on Contagion doing enough of the work. Just make sure we move the Ghostblade more often. What's the vibe? Hey, Micro. We did some Pearl farming. Got a couple drops, and now we're farming for an armor for this Ghostblade setup. So we can stress test it in some endgame. Like, we're pretty strong right now. We could be stronger. This Chambers is actual nightmare. This is actual nightmare. Finished my Clopper to play Caller Story playthrough, and then remembered why I don't play Chaos Chambers. What, you don't like the gameplay of the game? So let's run 2, wiped all our ads so I can second win 3 times in a row. That's not Chaos Chamber. Fault. No, you don't need to save quit, just teleport to Brighthoof and use the return portal. That's still going through a load screen. Nah. That's going through a longer load screen, in fact, because Brighthoof is one of the longest load times in the game. So that would be slower. As it's only really useful for farming an online co-op. Yeah, because then you don't have to disband the group. Or wait for people at the main menu and stuff like that. Farming solo. Unfortunately, this is still the vibe. I am one of the biggest opponents of save quitting. I absolutely hate this loop.
This is more than you deserve.
Well, we've been chatting a lot today, and it's just background. I'm going after specific stuff, so it's not too bad. Random skeleton world drop armor. Yeah, and it dropped the armor that I'm after here, which is the funniest part. Let's do 5 more runs. 5 more runs. I'm probably not going to be going super long today. But I do want to get some chamber stuff in. You know, finish getting loot dice. You can just grab a save of someone who has all the dice, hop on that character, and then it applies to your profile. Like, you don't actually need to do it if you don't want to. for all the main story maps, but not the side maps. Part of. Burclaw. No, thank you. I guess an advantage of Berserker on this kind of setup would be I would have Enrage bonus element applying to the fusion explosions. That's something. I was thinking about global bonus elements. We don't have much access to those in this game, especially compared to BL3. One of the reasons why Buffmeister's as silly as it is. Hey Boom, how are you? We should collect the dice again on new characters without increasing the little XP boost and gear turn per store room. Super nice. Yeah, I think that's how a majority of people feel. Like, the absence of the dice is felt on the XP and the loot acquisition. Also, just some sections of the world feel empty without them being there. Well, I think applying loot luck to the account overall was a good thing. Could have been better. Yeah, it's a course correction they made, not anticipating it's one they had to make. And it kind of shows in the downsides of the implementation. It's definitely not their first design choice. Fair, why the fuck did you put 260 required collectibles? Because they're not required. You're being a Borderlands player again, Micro. Just because a number has a maximum value does not mean that the maximum value of that number is required. This applies to loot luck. This applies to chaos levels. This has spell damage instead of melee. I get an extra point of swift death. I lose the healing, but that's not really a big deal. I think this might be an upgrade. A very slight upgrade, but an upgrade. Sister's gonna be here in like an hour. Gonna go hang out for my birthday. Let's go. Hope you have some good quality time. Birthday celebrations are always hype. Something I never really cared about until I had one really shitty one. And now it's something that matters to me. So I truly hope yours is enjoyable. Okay, about the birthday itself. I'm just hyped to see my sister. Yeah. If nothing else, it can be an excuse to spend some time with loved ones. 3 people's birthdays today. A lot of birthdays right now. What was 9 months ago? What was 9 months ago? 4th of July. You think? 9 months ago was May 2019. True. Oh, well, that's 10. Yeah. I was wondering if I was extra stupid today.
Waiting was so awful.
I'm not huge on like celebrating my birthday in a big way, but I like to enjoy the day. Most of my life, I've just done like chill stuff, like get a meal I enjoy, and I don't know, do stuff I like on that day. Pretty much it. But I don't know. As I've gotten older, I've had more of a desire to go more over the top with it. I think more so, like Micro said, it's just like an excuse. Like, more excited to do stuff with people. Parents' anniversaries in August. That tracks. Ghostblade, are you just not hitting Nightmare? Oh, now you are. Cool. Usually take myself on vacation. Good way to turn down any parties. Smart.
You made such a good corpse. Yes, you did.
Alright, one more. Yeah, do you guys have any big plans for the rest of 2019? Time is just doing weird shit. I'm back to 2023 for some god-awful reason. How about you? Enjoying my favorite 2010 release, Redfall. That's me. I gotta catch up on my show's backlog. It's been interesting trying to dodge information about the new Barry season, because I still haven't finished the previous season, because it was legitimately too sad. I was like, alright, this is just anxiety right now. It's great writing, but like, ugh. I'm 2 seasons behind on Barry. Thinking about catching up on that later today. Also playing Jedi Survivor and trying not to crash every time I get a Discord ping. Hey, Super. How are you? I'm fine with my family, but on my birthday I like to isolate and not participate in the world. And because it's your day, you should do that. That's what matters most. So I don't know, last night checking to see if it worked. No, I've been playing it. It's just, it doesn't run well enough for me to do it for stream. Like, genuinely. It runs horribly when I have everything else closed on my computer except for Discord. So, like, if I opened OBS, much less OBS plus browser, it's running even worse, if at all. And then it crashes constantly. And, yeah. It just, it would not make for enjoyable stream content. The game just does not work well. It's a fun game, but... So yeah, Barry hits hard. Still haven't started up season 4. Yeah, it's a really good show. I enjoy the comedian to visceral, emotional response pipeline Got Bill Hader, got Jordan Peele. A little bit of Jim Carrey. Robin Williams, R.I.P. Skag down, apply to shooting stars projectile. If it's splash, then yes. I have no idea if that's splash or not. Vorkanar? You okay, buddy? Getting high on the job? Blade Fury is splash for some reason is Jacobs. I mean, Blade Fury being splash is a good thing in that case, because Jacobs is thematically committed to just not having damage. Like, they're non-elemental guns predominantly that are also predominantly not splash. Like, oof. Neck extension, nice Vorkanar. You be the best Lilith you can be. And Skag done will still not be a large percentage of what you're doing overall with the Blade Fury. The main attraction is that melee stuff. It being Jacobs isn't what makes it weird. I can't speak. Being splash, it's the fact that it shoots knives and does splash. Well, it's two projectiles. It's a bullet that splits off and makes a knife as well. Because things can't be multiple damage sources at once. So the bullet is splash, and it makes a knife as well. That's why it can say indiscriminate and body and mind, because the indiscriminate projectile makes a new one that also makes a knife. Because it can't do both. You can't have both. It's not how the game works. Rowan's called the splash, at least in the side shots. Yeah, that's why Rowan's ricochets are really, really good. That way Face Puncher gets weapon damage increases. Yeah, it is damage source melee that additionally scales with gun damage. It doesn't trigger things that require you to hit with a gun, because it's melee damage. That's why, like, Dreadwind in this game won't apply Wrath of Nature, because it's melee. It's not ability, despite benefiting from ability damage. Finally a reason, why not both? Mm-hmm. Goofy damage calc. That's not damage calc, it's more just how they tell things what kind of damage to do and what skills to trigger. It's nothing weird, it's just something that you wouldn't have cause to think about in general consumption of the game. General consumption. I like that emote. You wanna drop me a Pearl Ribula just because it'd be funny? It didn't. It would have been funny. Plus 3,000 cuts. That's actually huge. Hang on. Blood Stallion buffing 1000 cuts in Redux is enormous. 3 points of that is so much value. What? Thoughts on Ice Spice? Do you mean Ice Spike the spell, or am I old? I feel like I've seen something called Ice Spice somewhere, but I have no idea what. The artist. Oh, that's like a rapper or something, right? I don't really know anything. So yeah, I guess the answer was I'm old. Newest Spice Girl.
Finally!
She took Nikki's mantle as the Queen of New York. Could Nikki not beat the COVID makes your balls explode allegations? Sorry, COVID vaccines make your balls explode allegations. Very, very important distinction there. Howie Mandel post prolapse asks if it's COVID related. Shooting Star seems fucked. Doesn't even want to spawn the projectiles. It's a map geometry thing. Super. The Shooting Star projectiles spawn from like a fixed altitude per map, and on a lot of maps they just get blocked by terrain. There's a hotfix mod out there that makes them pass through terrain. If you want to see what it would actually do. But that means there's a lot of maps where you just won't ever see them. Gunslinger with fire rate, gun damage, 2 awe. That's interesting. I've been thinking a lot about Head of the Snake. Spell damage, move speed, area damage, nice. I've been thinking a lot about Head of the Snake. And maybe it has value in Redux, because again, you get more kills, so you get more duration refreshes. It's just, the question is like, which hydras would that be useful on? I guess maybe you could justify it with Snake Stick if you move real quick. But like, what hydras would get value out of that? I suppose it could help out Dark Hydras, help you keep towards your Dark Hydra cap. Maybe if you were running some sort of build with Frostburn, it could be good. Some sort of Frostburn Stampede tech. But then you can't Stampede. No, it'd be Frostburn without Stampede. That'd be weird. You just cast another Frostburn. It's hard to justify Head of the Snake. If it had some sort of like a damage bonus for Hydras, that'd be really sick. Or if it was all companions and not just Hydras, that'd be really sick. But currently it's like, what are you for? No? What are you for? Noob trap, pretty much. Yeah, it's like, it's not a detrimental effect. It's not like Smart Armor, which is an actual trap. But it's just rarely doing anything. I don't know. Here, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, me back. I'm making some chicken and some asparagus today, chat. I'm so excited. Hopefully there'll actually be leftovers this time. Because like last time I made a lot, so there'd be extra, so I could have leftovers. But then I got drunk and hungry. So there were not, in fact, leftovers. You know, Agony on a barrage build could be interesting. Agony in like a fair share? Maybe be a fun time. But I still think barrage needs something to be good in this mod. Like, make the animation faster, make the cone more narrow, increase the damage, make the augment do some of those things or all of those things. Barrage still needs something. Like, it's now behind Blizzard, like, for sure. Okay, so we got that in the Agony. I'd go with something else in the pickaxe. This ammo regen's occasionally useful, but not really worthwhile. What else would I even run, though? Spell Radius? I guess the cooldown one, but I already have that on my gun. There's not too much in the way of enchants that are relevant here. Maybe I swap this Demon Blade out for getting more duration. Just for Chambers usage. I could go Theurge over Barbaload for uptime, but Barbaload makes sense right now. Bonus damage per arrow that makes contact. Something like that. Something like that. I don't know why that gave me this idea, but what if, to solve Dire Sacrifice's damage issue for a single target, what if it had some sort of Plague Storm-like damage story? Like, your next Dire Sacrifice has an additional base value of like 1% of the damage you've dealt since your last one. Something crazy like that. Because then you dire sack a room of mobs, then you get into your bossing room, and you have all that damage stored up. And then you get a big one to start with, and then the dots tick in. And you do your other stuff while you wait for dire sack to come back, and you do another one. Seems like it'd be a fun gameplay loop. Garlic sack, I think you mean. Yeah, sorry. I've been neglecting my garlic sack. It's getting a little musty. Pick for a fresh TPS playthrough. I really enjoyed playing Timothy in TPS. But if I was to do one now, I guess I'd probably do Athena. Because I like the action skill and some of the core gameplay design. Just aggressive character. A little musty, getting so hard not to crack it. Trying so hard not to crack a smile at the dumb joke. You have no idea. Yeah. Ugh. I'm not awake. If it's not clear. I need stronger coffee. My brain just isn't processing words. So I'm trying to read them, and it's like, wait, no, that's not right. No, that's not right either. What about Tifi? I hate.
Would ya?
Chums is awkward. Yeah, lightning damage on Chums in small chunks like this. And I guess the fire isn't great against either. So, yeah. I'd like to get Chums in the chamber again. Figure out how to make this build kill him faster. Probably a Tooth Raider situation. Get the stronger crossbolts. I did have a thought. If I mulligan to debuff to make my Bolt Blaster do more damage. Won't affect the melee portion at all, but since I'm shooting.
Seriously? I was just getting started. Time to put someone in a cast. Hey, no kidding!
Your hammer and anvil needs to roll amp part. I mean, no, but it'd be fun. I don't know if it would even trigger it though, because it says take damage and you're not taking damage. That was my first playthroughs of Lands games where the A characters Axid, Athena, Amara, Awbringer. Yes. Friend of mine, whole ass just for the memes, made tea and coffee in the same cup, recorded himself drinking the whole thing, saying it's not bad. Now I want to try that. It was definitely bad though, right? Or at least spending the word counts as taking damage. Huh, that's interesting. Hammer will do anything special, like the hammer melee damage? Yes. The hammer is melee damage.
Yes!
That's why it's good.
Bleeding was so awful!
Hammer and Anvil and Mace War do both deal melee damage. Milk tea equals coffee is an actual beverage in some parts of the world. Well, now I'm interested. This curse is pilk. Isn't that dipping your pizza in milk? No, that's way more cursed. That's way more cursed. Pepsi and milk, what are you thinking of? Oh, Pepsi and milk's actually not bad, though. Like, I'm not trolling, it's actually not bad. This curse is lean. It's not that bad. Can't say that one. Makes my stomach turn. Granted, I haven't tried it. So, like, ice cream sodas, you know, like making floats with, like, a cola and some ice cream. Same concept. Same concept. It's not the same concept? How is it not the same concept? Ice cream is not just frozen milk. They're related. Equally fucking weird is what it is. You guys are missing out. Soda float is different from pouring milk into Pepsi. Elaborate. Culinary terrorism. Wow. Okay, vocal. Okay. Okay.
Give me something to cast.
You'll need to try. I don't like butchering pronunciation. It's really good. I'll have to do that. It's because both contain lactose doesn't make it the same. Why not? I've had a good root beer Coke float in forever. Root beer float with a little bit of mayhem water in it. It's different. Ice cream is milk that goes through a heavy process of being churned and kept at cold temperatures. You ain't churning shit in pilk. Watch me. Bunny smack needs to stop. No. What? Oh, I can churn. Milk isn't flavored. Part of enjoying the Coke float is the flavor Coke combo. See, that's a legitimate argument. Take two things and ignore every way in which they're dissimilar. They're basically the same thing. Now you're thinking vocal. Churning the pilk so it becomes Pepsi ice cream. Try anything twice. Can we just talk about how churning the pilk just doesn't sound good? It sounds problematic. Something about that sounds not safe for consumption. Oh hey, it's Fyodor. Churn your pilk, alright. Alright. See, it's that easy, chat. You're trying to get someone to churn your pilk, you just need to discuss them with your food preferences. Fuck off, Fyodor. Gonna live another day. Unfortunate barrel placement. Ooh, 1.9 pickaxe. With warrior. Crit damage is kind of low, but that attack speed could be saucy. That's something I hadn't been thinking about actively for fusion stuff, maybe I do want to give up a little bit of crit damage consistency rather, and get that attack speed up, more hits. Don't want to go the Omega Rush route and lose all my fucking damage, but maybe giving up a little bit. It's going wrong, aren't I? Yeah, but like phonetically, it's about there, so I ain't gonna correct you. I should probably just not use Ghostblade in the first phase, if we're being honest.
I never want to wait again. No touching!
I love that you can do that animation-wise. You can move Ghostblade while casting a spell and it interrupts it, but like you'll also still have the spell around your hand. It looks pretty cool. You can overlap Ghostblade movement with a lot of other animations, kind of like how you can do that with Phase Flare on Amara in BO3. It's cool. Yeah, that's correct, Jaybridge. Not did climbing elements to my wall for the kitty, she loves it. Can recommend. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, maybe I should do that and try to get mine to be a little more active. I mean, Jake's active enough, but Kevin can stand to be more active. There you are. He's very out of shape. You can hear him huffing and puffing sometimes. And he's put on enough mass that his jumps aren't what they used to be. Wait for Ghostblade cooldown. This is where Theurge would be great.
Finally, a sigh of relief.
Yeah, please buff Wastard. Redux team. This may as well be an empty room right now.
This is what I was made for. Same that goes. I want to remember it.
Ooh, Sword Array. I do need to see if I can make that gun not shit. It doesn't seem terrible for shooting, but that was with very limited testing.
Can I just not wait?
That's a slow reload ski prod. 0.7? That could be as fast as 0.5. Oh yeah, I should make sure I look at Skulldugger pistols, because a non-LE bolt blaster would be good. Cover some Redmorn needs. Sableclaw fair share. Good passives. Like Stabo on fair share. What's the use case here? Yeah, I don't know. Stabo literally doesn't have anything that does ability damage. Farm for a Riveter Masher, it's elusive, let me tell you. Yeah, going after purples in Redux is kind of difficult, because you don't... Like, bunnies aren't as reliable for that. And then there's a couple generalized purple farms that are decent. Like, you can hit the Moon Orb chests in Brighthoof, you could hit the Loot Room after the Dragon Lord, you can hit vendors as per usual, but it's awkward. I find it easier to get specific purples in vanilla. Come on, bunnies. Just do this. Ah, that's easier. Less input intensive. I don't want them to have dedicated manufacturer events. Obelisk or bunnies, what do you think? I don't know about dedicated manufacturer, but like item slot sort of things. I mean, I guess we already have item slot with the bunnies, but something like Loot the Universe, which is a solid event concept. Like, hey, you want more artifacts, you go farm enemies in this area. That sort of deal. Animal abuse. Listen, Stripes. It's already dead. How you doing? Like, we got a good amount of purples here, I guess. When I'm after legendaries. But, yeah, I want pickaxes specifically right now. I guess we could go... Where's pickaxe source? Is that pigwort? We could go actually farm pigwort. Yeah. Fuck it, I'm down. Let's go farm pigwort. Have I done Mount Crawl on this character? There it is. I kind of geographically forgot where Mount Craw is. Such a good map, by the way. I still maintain it was such a good decision. This was like the first map they let us run around in. Super good. What are you after? Pickaxe. Oh, they're adventurer if you come to join our righteous cause. Yeah, I'm making sure I save the actual Ghost Blade for Pigwort, because then the augment will just hit his health bar directly. Okay, so this is a good start. Fire. The crit chance is low, but the attack speed is what I wanted. Oh, my inventory is full again already. Shit. I have more Mace Orders, so I don't need that one. We can get better Smithy's Desires elsewhere as well. Echo Hilt. Echo Hilt isn't bad here, because think of how much damage I'm doing in dots, Jaybridge, and I'm not exactly spending that much time swinging. So, like, Echo could be good. Like, it's not like I'm getting much value out of Vampire here. It's between Warrior, Caustic, Echo for maximum value here. Maybe Ancient. But again, I'm not really swinging that much. Echo is going to be more valuable than Archmage, or Rampage, or Amp. Ghostblade, not ruin it. Echo only gets, like, deployed. Why did I jump off here? I should have been looking at my screen. Echo only gets deployed when you swing your melee weapon. Like, it's not like doing melee damage stops it from stacking, it's just, it doesn't account for any, non-melee damage you did in that time. And Echo's only consumed when you swing. Whether or not you hit, it gets consumed, but... Maybe an inflammation would be good to run here over the sigil. I like the healing from the sigil, but inflammation would... It would Axie Blade. Guaranteed fusion stuff. Yeah, like bleed just skips phases on Pigwort. 1.76 Rampage. Yeah, Rampage is a dud. Do I have an inflammation? I don't.
That's my...
I've been tempted to empty my entire bank as well, Scroll. I probably should have done it before I started putting Redux items I care about in there. Kind of too late now, but one of these days I'm going to have to do some actual management. It's going to suck. Not looking forward to that. Also drops class ring. That's unfortunate. Clear the bank, looter shooter style, grab a dice roll if you keep it. Only 6s stay. That could be fun. Flexing harder. How's the mod? They do anything with a joke of a DLC? Well, it was downloadable content. I don't know how air quotes changed the fact that it's paid post-launch additional content that's not in the base game. But I think I get what you're implying. You didn't get what you wanted out of the DLC, and it still is what it is. It's still a side area that introduces some additional gear, has a boss, and is a short runtime per individual run of the activity. If you're expecting a mod to somehow transform that into a full narrative campaign, no, lol. Wasn't expecting to make a new DLC. Just make 30 minutes of DLC better. What define better? Like, what would you want? What do you actually want here? You're not being very clear. Like, how? What specifically would improve? Like, I do not understand the question. Because the 30-minute thing is also not how it works. Like, what specifically would improve the experience for you? And maybe I can accurately define whether or not the mod addresses that.
I never want to.
Abandoned the shooting star idea and made recursion Amara setup like in the old M4 days. Easily completed MTD. Yeah, recursion's good. Like, people who say the recursion isn't good nowadays, isn't even great, they just aren't building around it. Like, you can get a lot of value out of the recursion on every character. Particularly Zane and Amara, but still, you know, Amara is one of them. Yeah, like Jaybird said, if it has to be longer to be good to you, then no, they made it so you can jump straight to the end boss and farm that boss, because that was a popular request. They made farming the bosses introduced in the mirrors easier.
Soul cone. So glad you responded.
Change the missions within the mirrors. The minecart in Mirror 4 is faster. They add more unique enemies. So with what is possible with modding, they can't like generate new assets. They can cobble together things from existing assets and like change existing things to work differently. But they're not creating new assets. Like, for example, there's some new enemies that are repurposed assets from within the game, which is exactly how they made new enemies in the DLC in this game, by repurposing assets. For example, there are unique enemies in the DLCs. Whether you like those enemies, that's up to you, but there are unique enemies that they made by repurposing assets. Because that's how it works. That's how Gearbox has always done their DLCs. Sometimes they've done completely new things. Like, you got the DLC 3 enemies in Borderlands 3, for example. Those are new. The Bounty Blood ones, that being DLC 3. But, like, asset reuse is kind of how they've always done it in official releases and in modding. Oh, they can't generate new assets. I'm talking about new named enemies. Yes. Which is also how they did it in the Wonderlands DLCs. But yes. Connection, you good? I don't know why OBS completely dropped my bitrate for a second. Gingerbread skeletons were funny as hell. They were cute. I thought the gold golem in the fourth mirror was kind of cool. The robots in the third mirror were cool. New enemies are not within the mirrors, to be clear. Right, yeah, the mirrors themselves were just, they streamlined the process of doing them. That is all they did to them. You no longer need to do the entire mirror to get to the boss after you've done it one time. And certain elements of, like, a couple of the mirrors were made faster. Like, as I mentioned, the minecart at the start of Mirror 4 now moves very quickly. Which is a good change. That's absolutely a good change. $19,130. Non-Ellie. And Archmage. Sad. To clarify my opinion on the mirrors, just because I can already feel some disquiet. I'm not saying they're above criticism. I'm just saying use criticisms that make sense. Like, for example, they did not QA test boss hitboxes in fucking any of them for any acceptable amount of time. The fact that if you die, you have to restart the entire thing, that's obnoxious. The fact that when the bosses are put into the Chaos Chamber versions, that healing barrels are absent when those boss fights were clearly designed around the existence of healing barrels, that's an oversight. You know, like, it's not like the mirrors are above criticism. Giving bosses that have dedicated drops and then making it damn near impossible to even get to those drops, get to those bosses in, like, any amount of reasonable time investment. And then giving the bosses themselves awful drop rates, like, those are all bad choices. Just want to clarify, because at least one person's gonna accuse me of sucking the mirror's dick, but, like, no. Changing missions in any significant way could break the narrative structure in Gearbox's vision of the story. And Wonderland's Redux is all about enhancing the game and smoothing it out rather than creating new problems. The wheel took some time to feel rewarding, but it got there. Yet it still even had room for improvement. Like, Redux mod does speed up the wheel animation, which is something they never did in vanilla, and makes a difference. Should hire the Redux team. Like, oh hey, a random world drop pearl. I'll take a Winter's Edge. Cool. It's nice to see people who worked on the game at Gearbox being enthusiastic about the mod and giving the mod team their props. I'm just gonna say, be careful what kinds of comments you leave. The last thing we want to do is generate ill will between the modding community, the fans, and the publisher. putting that out there. Gearbox has to answer to people too. And people within Gearbox have to answer to other people in Gearbox. You had Matt Cox, the director of this game, encouraging people to check out the mod. That is absolutely a good thing for the mod and for the fans, and it's an awesome endorsement to have. Endorsement's not the right word, but you get what I'm getting at. But as Jaybird just touching on there, it's definitely different to build improvements and do tweaks on something that already exists. It's functionally different from developing a new game. Now, it's a great experience to have. There's actually a lot of game devs, people in the games industry, who got their start in modding communities. And there's talented modders who are aspiring future game devs, like Epic. So it's a good jumping off point. But just be careful that, like, appreciation of a mod doesn't get to a point where nerds on the internet like to take it. Whereas some people who are overzealous in their criticism of the decisions made in this game's life cycle express that in a bad way. That's all I'm saying. You know, this is a good jumping off point. Feet. Degenerate. I'll talk about that filth in my chat. How dare you? I said before I jump. It's actually a really good workout, going from a sitting position to a standing position with a jump. It's pretty fun too. I need to not do Ghost Wave right away. I always forget. Well, I mean, maybe I can, but I need to get these extra kills faster if I do that. I just need it around for a couple ticks of work. I killed fast enough that time. Cool. Should be enough. Yeah, bleed OP. Genuinely. 19130, 1.6 amp. Sad. Burpees can select the fattest, dirtiest wiener possible. And if they play their cards right, sure. They don't deserve any wieners. It's funny, we've gotten 2 Daddy Drop Pearls today. We've also gotten 2 World Drop Pearls today. I've genuinely gotten more World Drop Pearls in this mod than Daddy Farm Pearls. Now, that is not a complaint. It's simply an observation that the more you actually play the game, the more you will simply get drops. And that a lot of the complaints about drop starvation stem from people simply not playing the video game. Like, when you spend a large percentage of your hours in a loading screen, that's time where stuff can't drop. Just saying. He says before going into a loading screen. Yes, I'm self-aware. Talk about me again? Yes. Hi, Vault Hunter. Hey, Raid. How are you? Made it very far into Jedi Survivor? I don't think very far. I don't want to give specifics to indicate, like, where I am, but, like, I've started recently getting main plot details. So, not very far. A couple hours. I'm, like, 4 hours logged in the game, but a lot of that's just screwing around. Pop goes way too soon. No longer in the first area. I've gone on the ship and flown somewhere. Put it that way. So he's in the universe. Yo, spoilers. Oh, vomiter item's gone. Congrats, scroll. I anticipate it'll be full in a week. We know it's Star Wars and he's in the universe, so Tatooine. Or functionally indistinguishable desert planet. Like pulling out of a hat, Jakku. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of, you know, Jedi Fallen Order for not being on Tatooine at all. That was pretty based.
Steph is so proud of me.
Because for a while it seemed like Star Wars games are legally obligated to have a Tatooine segment, huh? Gotta give both Redfall and Jedi some time before I dive in. Jedi they can fix with performance upgrades, performance improvements. It's still unacceptable, but as of patch 3.5, it's playable. Still terrible performance. I would absolutely not recommend paying full price for that game, but I am enjoying the gameplay. When the game runs at higher than 20 FPS and when it doesn't crash. I don't know if Redfall can, be refined into something other than what it is. It's one of those things, if you enjoy it currently, you'll have that level of enjoyment always. And if you don't find anything to enjoy about it from a gameplay perspective right now, you probably never will. That's my current impression. You bastard. Best I can pull Godfall and recover game-wise, never recover brand-wise. I don't think that's even possible, Viper, because like Godfall never had any core systemic things. Like it always had a good core. There just wasn't enough of it, and there's some unpolished bits. But like, how do you fix a game that very clearly had no effort put in to begin with? It's not like a No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk situation where they simply under-delivered. It's not a Godfall situation or a Wonderlands or a TPS situation where the core gameplay is good, but there just wasn't enough there. You're dealing with everything went wrong. Is it an online? It's an online-only game with no matchmaking that markets itself as a co-op experience, but co-op progression is not shared with solo progression. That looks like it was launched in 2010. That functionally doesn't have enemy AI to speak of at all. With no distinguishing gameplay features. They don't even have cutscenes. Like, how do you salvage that post-launch? That's the kind of game you let it cook for another year before launching it. No cutscenes is negative. Oh, I should clarify no cutscenes. You have slideshows. They give you PowerPoint presentations as cutscenes. That's not a dig at the FPS. The FPS is also terrible, but no, it's just a PowerPoint. It's just a perfect storm of every decision in a AAA release that's received pushback for the last, let's call it since COVID. It's a perfect storm of every single thing that I've seen pushback on, but it's all on one game. And that's just tough to recover from. Still play Love, Prey, and Dishonored. And that's the damage done by a release like this. Just a half-baked would be generous. Like, Arcane had such a good reputation. Prey, Dishonored. A lot of people like Deathloop. And now they have this under their belt. This is just in their portfolio forever. And who knows how long it takes to scrub your reputation in the games industries, because there's... Like, BioWare used to have a fantastic reputation in the games industry. That's gone. CDPR used to have a fantastic rep, that's gone. Like, how long does it take to unfuck your reputation from a release like that? Can it be done? Is this uncharted territory? Hey, son. It's like, I want to say instinctively it can be done, because people forgive the sea of shitty releases under Ubisoft and EA whenever they do a good one. Or at least enough people forgive it that their future stuff is, you know, not really too affected a lot of the time. Publisher versus dev studio, I think. Publishers can sort of recover you because you just flip to different dev studios. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not directly EA and Ubisoft doing those things. They just kind of eat up studios and consume them. Like, Arcane devved this as part of Microsoft Game Studios, and I think this is their first release as part of Microsoft, and it went badly. When they were independent, that's when all the titles we like from them came out. People still fawn over Blizzard? Yeah, despite the fact that Bobby Kotick might be the actual fucking devil. Pickaxe Ancient. I'm looking for Lightning or Cryo, preferably Lightning, with 1.9 swing speed and a hilt mod that doesn't suck. So I would take Ancient, I would take Echo, I would take Caustic, I would take Warrior. Connection. D4 hype hasn't suffered at all by the horrible release state of D3 or the many, many legal situations Active Blizz has found itself in. Yeah. He's staring at the currently dead Dead Space team. Yeah, that's EA's fault. A big part of BioWare's decline has been EA's fault as well. Blizzard's earned the right to one or two dodgy launches, not ruining their entire reputation, though. And the moral stuff is never going to cripple business that size. So unfortunately, that is how it works, yeah. Like, Blizzard has had those dodgy launches, Tallulah, that's the thing. More World of Warcraft expansions have been poorly received than well received. Warcraft 3 remaster, anyone? Remember that shit? Launch Diablo 3. Fucking real money auction house. And then you have, the sad state of Call of Duty games for the last few releases. Or shit's fine if you're a Warzone player. but no one else likes what they're doing. WoW players just like to complain none of the X-Packs have actually been objectively bad games. Take your word for it there. That's believable.
Too good for this world. I never want to wait again.
It's like exactly what I already have. I should take it though. It's a different help mod. Be stupid not to take it. I say that as a WoW player who complains about everything. I trust your perspective. Weirdly, EA actually saved Anthem at first, so would have been much worse without EA stepping in, but then EA didn't give him long enough to recover from it, which I get business-wise, honestly. Whole Anthem story is forever engraved in my mind. Just such a weird turn of events. Yeah, I suppose I did forget about them initially saving it before giving up on saving it. The one that sticks in my mind is the Anthem devs being like, yeah, this is our roadmap for fixing the game, and then EA being like, yeah, no. So I don't understand why Blizzard gets a pass where BioWare CDPR doesn't. More nostalgia for more people. J-Bridge. That's all it amounts to. If you didn't play CRPGs in the late 90s, early 2000s, there's a lot less BioWare nostalgia. And CDPR has simply made fewer games. Blizzard just has a catalog with more gamers that are willing to forgive everything because of their nostalgia. Like, ActiBliz covers the Diablo IP, the StarCraft IP, the Warcraft IP, the Call of Duty IP, the Overwatch IP. A lot of people will just forgive because they're the people who make the IP that's their entire personality. And like, I forgive more than I should. Well, forgive isn't the right word. I still consume sometimes, despite being really fucking disgusting. Because, you know, Diablo's that for me. I grew up playing Diablo. I'm gonna play D4, despite the fact that I fucking hate ActiBliz and everything they stand for. I'm not different. I'm just built the same. I'm built poorly. Maybe I'm gonna push over, but I've got a lot more forgiveness for CDPR. I didn't have nearly the problems with Cyberpunk that many did, and Witcher 3 is possibly my favorite game ever. I don't particularly feel the level of ill will towards CDPR. I don't feel any. Either, Jester, because, like, I had pretty good experience with Cyberpunk. I still play it regularly, still enjoy it. Sure, it missed the mark in a few areas. Sure, it was not an acceptable release for a AAA game that they hyped up for 7 years and made some explicit promises. Like, you know, I get all that, but yeah, it's not like that bridge is forever burnt for me. And I'm still monitoring what they're doing with Cyberpunk. I'm excited to get expansion details next month. You know, all that. It's not like, for me, ActiBliz, where I did not buy anything they did between Cold War and Diablo 4. It's like, in that time, I just wasn't comfortable spending money. Diablo 4 is the first thing they got me to buy. And that's purely just because I'm a selfish piece of shit and nostalgia overrode my desire to ethically consume things in this one instance. That's all it is. can't ethically consume anything. You can't, but you can try. You can try. The attempt is worth something. Because if you completely abandon the concept, then the threshold of what they can get away with moves. Or what they can easily get away with moves. It's like the concept that you can apply this to anything. For example, voting. Yeah, one individual's person vote almost never matters. But if you suddenly have a few 100,000 people thinking that way, well, then the aggregate of that is a pretty large impact. So if you have one person who completely gives up on the concept of ethical consumption, like, doesn't really do anything. But if the entire games industry does, then no one gets held to account. And nobody tries anymore. Wallets speak. End of the day. They don't budge because of morals, which, you know, they never fucking will. They will budge when people stop spending money because of those morals in great enough numbers for a long enough period of time. Thing is, that is impossible if nobody stops spending. It requires that cash flow to stop. Which might not be realistic, but it's at least not impossible. I think their message was completely ignore. Yeah, because completely ignoring, it's also not. Like I said, if literally everybody stops, then Cat, what are you doing? Organized pushback can work. I know that since there's been the Magic the Gathering debacle with the fucking Pinkertons, but a concentrated effort of D&D fans canceling D&D Beyond subs got them to change their tune on the OGL situation real quick. Good example. Yeah, organized pushback can work. But if you abandon the concept of it, then it will never work. Unlikely to work, sure, that's realistic. But it still can. Functionally, things like boycotts are not traditionally effective, but they can be. Or the story you matter. No, you.
Corpse. Yes, you did.
I think it was just a reference to a currently relevant piece of pop culture that gets talked about a lot, right? I don't think it was that deep. I think you guys are reading a little much into it. It's just a point of reference that's, you know, in the public eye right now. I don't think it's that deep. least that's how I took it. I have no personal familiarity with A Good Place. I should mention that. So maybe that colored my assumption. Place modeling society with forming our ethics. Once again, like, discussing ethics in society, how often does that take place outside of entertainment? Like, for your average person. I think using a piece of media as a reference point for that is perfectly acceptable. Because how many places that conversation even gets started, right? Maybe don't predicate an entire worldview on it, but I still don't think that's what's happening. Sure is following the conversation. Imagine me successfully following a conversation during farming. Could not be me 4 hours ago. Like, I was losing track constantly earlier today. Just want to consume Jiggle? Based, Nunu. Jiggle for breakfast, Jiggle for lunch, Jiggle for dinner. Jiggle for the post-jiggling snack. I want to pick up that delusion so I have extra ones for... What was that sound? What the fuck? Ow. I don't know what I was talking about. That was so distracting. That was a weird sound. Hey, Booth. Sorry. I don't know what that was. That was something in the game. Anti-jam. Glad it came through on your end because I was worried about my own sound for a minute. Yeah, like, that was 100% something in the game did that. The Jiggle is breaking things. It's too powerful. I did totally waste my Ghost Blade. I have it back now. Mosquito. Roid Old God. That's cool. Ooh, 1.9. Poison. Caustic. I swear I have that exact one already. No, 1.9 Poison Warrior. I guess Caustic works out better, maybe, because Contagion, because Alchemical Agent will get it, and then Contagion will double dip it. But with Warrior, it just affects the melee, which will affect the non-crits as well. They're, like, pretty comparable. Anything else differentiates these two? No, it's just that. I'll leave that one then. They're comparable enough. It's not powerful enough. Need to jiggle even harder, Ken. Another good example of organized pushback when they tried to create a European Super League in soccer. All the fans just baby raged, so they went back and the idea was great. It can work. It can absolutely work. It's just, we see a lot of examples of it not working, not picking up enough. And in large part, a lot of those fail due to a lot of the pushback being from people who are determined that it can't work. So like, why bother? I'm not gonna bother. Yeah, well, magnify that by, you know, a few 100,000 people. That's why it doesn't work. You saw that with the wizard game.
Let me cut you off there. Till death and said die.
On the other hand, if they just ridden out the storm and done it anyway, people would have consumed the product for sure.
Another one of those people in life.
Yeah. People will always consume. Some people will consume it specifically because it's harmful to other people. Like, you know, the majority of the very aggressive enthusiasm for Wizard game was specifically to try to dunk on people who have legitimate grievances with giving the owner of that IP more money. And I'm not saying everyone, but a pretty big driving force behind it. Not familiar? Okay, we're gonna continue talking about difficult topics today. Apologize to anyone who doesn't like this topic in advance, but I'm gonna talk about it. So J.K. Rowling's a massive piece of shit. Just if anyone didn't know. And has openly said that the royalties she gets from the Harry Potter intellectual property, that she's openly stated that she uses them to fund hate groups. That is a matter of public record. That is not hyperbole. That is from her mouth. So a lot of people were like, hey, so maybe don't support the game that supports hate groups and just instead do other things. And a bunch of people took that to mean, well, now I'm gonna buy 2 copies. Just because you don't want me to. It's like, alright, buddy. Now, this is not me saying, hey, no, you shouldn't play it, or hey, if you have some sort of personal attachment to this intellectual property due to growing up with it, or it being significant in your life, you're absolutely not allowed to consume it. That's not me saying that at all. Don't think that it is. But it is a matter of public record that the owner of that intellectual property has stated that the money from royalties goes to hate groups. And that is one of the core reasons why there is a movement to encourage not purchasing it. That's it. I'm trying to figure out if I can hate J.K. Rowling, but like I get the people who review games for a living or simply just liking Harry Potter, or like they're the assholes. Yeah, it's important to draw a distinction between people who, you know, are not actively and willfully participating in hate mongering. Yeah, it's important to distinguish, but it's also important to accept that for some people, your intentions don't matter. And even being a bystander is enough to make some people feel alienated.
I am the hand of death.
He's also donated a huge proportion of wealth to genuinely philanthropic causes. As though she just misguided fucking transition. Well, that's the thing. Does doing a good thing cancel out a bad thing? And I am personally not of the belief that it does, because like, sure, let's say you make a donation that makes it so one kid doesn't starve to death, and you save one kid's life. Cool. But if you made an equal donation to a hate group that made one other kid off themselves,
Was so awful.
you didn't unkill that kid, you know? Like, that's just not how it works. That's how I choose to look at it. Loki laughed my ass off picturing a bunch of red meat eating, lifted truck driving, America shouting, Walmart chopping, flag toting people, buying multiple copies of Harry Potter, played it while drinking Bud Light, and then they find out about. It's just so stupid.
Let me cut you off there.
Very, very convinced of a very, very bad thing. I'm comfortable with respectfully disagreeing there, Tallulah. I think at a certain point, if you believe with every fiber of your being in something that only hurts people, then you have become a bad person, or you have always been a bad person. Because there's also other skeletons in that particular closet, you know, like the deeply, deeply problematic subtext of a lot of stuff that she's written.
Patience.
It's like a, you know, a pile up of things in this particular person's case, but yeah, I think that if the core of your being is something that is just hateful, then you are that thing. Just my opinion. Daniel Chadcliffe. Right, isn't even that good. Yeah, it's not. At least she made the eugenicists the bad guys. She didn't though. So like, in the wizard game, one of the core things is that the goblins, which are openly a XP of Jewish people, are staging an uprising that is based on an existing anti-Semitic trope. There's some pretty good resources breaking down the exact similarities out there. I don't have on hand, but it's like the plot of the game is stopping a Jewish rebellion, and that's just, it's weird. It's really fucking weird, the shit that's in the Harry Potter IP that they sometimes choose to focus on. Like, it's... problematic's not strong enough of a word. Did you write the game? I don't have that information, but she did create the goblins, which are, let's see, short, greedy, shifty people with large noses that handle money. That is how she created the goblins. See, where have we heard those stereotypes before? Like, you know, the most notable black character in the intellectual property is named Kingsley Shacklebolt. I don't think I have to explain this one. Hermione is openly mocked in the books for thinking that slavery is bad. Openly mocked. There's some shit in there. There's an Asian character named Cho Chang. Again, I really don't think I need to explain a couple of these, but like the signs of her not being a an accepting person in general were there before she made her entire personality transgenocide. The signs were there. Pretty common last name from a different geographical region than her first name. And combining those two names is suspiciously similar to, phonetically, to a phrase that's used as a slur towards Asian people. Now, this could all be a series of coincidences, but if you take this massive clusterfuck of potential coincidences and put them all together, it starts to not look like coincidences anymore. Two or three is like, okay, maybe that's unfortunate. But like, if you take all of these things and put them in a pile, it starts to look a certain way. Never get over fucking Shacklebolt, like how the fuck? One of the difficulties of being a person of color who exists in nerdy spaces is you can point out things like that, and there are people who will fight you to the death. Like, no, that's not racist. Like, it can be absolutely blatant. It's 2 or 3, that's unfortunate. When it's the 30th time, I don't know if it's a mistake. You know, a couple coincidence. Unfortunate. But, there's a lot. Yeah, you worked out the topic fast, Priz. Yeah. Attach too much for their personality, their interests, and the author their interests wrong. They think it makes them wrong. They can't handle that. Well, the same people will instantly flip and believe, like, they'll assert that the author is wrong when it comes to other things. Or they'll assert something that they attribute to the author that's not true. Like, you'll have these same people who, for example, when it comes to Lord of the Rings, who are like, dwarves can't be black. Meanwhile, literally Tolkien himself is directly quoted as saying, I don't care what color you think my characters are. Apartheid products of it are bad. I don't like those. But you'll have people being like, oh, this isn't how Tolkien intended. Like, I don't know about that one. You have with, you know, maybe a little less culturally impactful for those of us above the age of 20. But with the Percy Jackson stuff, when they cast one of the characters, the black child actress, a bunch of people were like, yeah, no, this isn't true to the character. And you have the author himself having to be like, shut the fuck up. This is fine. You're being racist. Why do you care so much? I like this. And people are still like, no, the author's wrong now too. It's never about author intent or artistic integrity. It's just about finding an excuse to be a fucking bigot. That's all it ever is. It is never deeper. Ever. Yeah, Jester. That's absolutely relevant. Certain belief systems tend to lead towards certain values that, you know, lead in certain ways. But on this specific issue of skin tone of characters, we got a quote for it, so. Yeah, I remember both of those things, Tallulah. Those were both things that happened. See, other examples. I'm trying to think of more examples of creators being like, no, you're just a bigot. With the Sandman, Death is played by a black actress in the show, and she did a phenomenal fucking job. It's seriously one of the most well-acted pieces of TV I've seen in a long time. Like, it's really good. The episode with Death in it, you should watch it. It's really emotionally impactful. And very true to source material. The difference is the actress is black, and in the original source material, she was not depicted as black. Now, it is already canon that the Endless, their appearance varies person to person. Like, that's in the source material. Death is one of the Endless. So, different people will just see a different face there. You see different skin, etc., etc. And that's seen in the first episode of that show. The episode with Death is like episode 5 or 6. But the first episode of the show, we see Dream, who we see normally as a white dude, appears to a different character as a black dude, just because it appears differently. Yet there was this whole fucking thing about how people were so upset that Death was black. that Neil Gaiman was like, what is wrong with you people? This was awesome. What's the problem? Everyone knows what the problem is. But, like, it was a fantastic performance. She was black. People took issue with that. It's that simple. It's not more complicated than that. That is all it is. We farming pickaxe. I can tell you the exact problem. A bunch of horny nerds, one of their bone white skinny goth girl got mad at their fetish in place of a functional human being. I get particularly mad about this one for some reason. But, like, she's also hot, though. So, like, the only way she's not is if it goes back to that other thing. It was just racism. That's all it is. Death can't be black. Explain the play. Checkmate. Got him. These are the same people that if Bruce Almighty was made in 2023 instead of 2003, casting Morgan Freeman as God, they would call it woke. You know they would. That voice? Yeah. You can still do the voiceover for God in the racist version too. And we even have a reference for this Tallulah. It's crazy how many of these I'm able to just remember off the top of my head, but kind of shows you how widespread of an issue this is. Christopher Judge did the motion and voice for Kratos in God of War and God of War Ragnarok. Christopher Judge is a black man. There are people saying that Christopher Judge would be a terrible choice to play Kratos in the show. He would just be terrible. And why do you think that? Interesting. He literally already is him, and they're like, nah. James Earl Jones, the GOAT. Now, there have been a few good performances, like other Darth Vaders, like, you know, voicing Darth Vader in various things. They all emulated James Earl Jones. But James Earl Jones, the GOAT. You ever watch Samurai Jack? Yeah, honey bunny. Samurai Jack's good. I haven't watched it all the way through in quite some time. But, Samurai Jack's cool. Jack voiced by a black guy? Yep. Which, this maybe springs into a different conversation, where, we have voice actors playing characters that lean into certain racial tropes and stereotypes. Maybe that's problematic. Got stuff like Cleveland Brown, Apu. You know, there's maybe a conversation to be had there. I think that's a little separate from the whole Kratos Christopher Judge thing, but yeah. Brought up the fair share plate mail thing with Pog Totem Augment in the Redux Discord when Jeff said, okay, gotta disable Pog Totem, fix this bug. So sorry guys, ruined Pog Totem for you. Wait, really? Oh, damn. That sounds like a meme. They're not gonna change it, right? Opium. Pog Totem thing. Fair share and corrupted plate mail cause Pog Totem to count as 2 hits towards its augment instead of 1, which is useful, just makes it stack more quickly. I don't think that's a problematic thing, but maybe it's unintended. And more like they're saying it jokingly. Yeah, that's what I would take away from that as well. Try to inflect that, but yeah, text is tough. That's another thing. We're talking about heavy topics today. Tone through text is so fucking difficult. It's so easy to have a misunderstanding. Like, sometimes about minor shit, but like, sometimes it spirals out. You could be playfully joking with someone and they think you're attacking them. If they don't know how you talk well enough to be able to apply that to text. It's tough. Exactly why I tend not to get involved in these discussions via text alone. Tone and intent are so important. Yeah, it's a tough thing to navigate. And we're back to Key and Peele. There is a relevant Key and Peele sketch for literally every social situation. I think several things I've said today could easily been taken badly via text, so nice job, Oliver, keeping it civil. That's the kind of thing we encourage here at School Up. And, like, it can happen to anyone. It can happen to anyone. But, like, you guys do a great job at having difficult and complex conversations with differing opinions. And, like, that's pretty fucking rare. Especially on the internet, but, like, for people in general. Need a revenge Key and Peele. Honestly, same. Mr. Adblock wanted to do a Discord hangout sometime soon. Maybe we do a fucking Key and Peele marathon in the Discord. That would be fun. And I said, bitch. Oh, that one's so good. Civilities no more. I challenge you to a nightly duel. Hands are tied. In Code of Chivalry, you have to accept. Or your honors forfeit. You said that, though? Not the glove. Ghostblade, you're back. I need to stop wasting my Ghostblade on things that aren't big word here. It's so much faster to just have it. Sly Triburn, that's not your drop. This farm's not going fantastic, chat. I mean, pickaxe is one of the most variable part things that I can think of. Like, it can roll in every element, can roll with 8 different hilt mods, has a bunch of different stat profiles for crit chance, crit damage, attack speed. Yeah, I'm going after some pretty specific shit. But still, like, come on. Give me lightning ones. Have I even gotten a lightning one? At least this is one of those farms where I'm playing the game a little bit. Goblins aren't exactly difficult, but I'm at least engaging with multiple enemies, and that makes it less boring to me. Like, I'm less bored here than I was farming Nightmare. Or Vesper. Did you restart your streamer? Luck seems to be malfunctioning? Clearly, yeah. Should be able to go spit now. I probably only need to go like 2 waves of enemies to safely turn on Ghostblade. Because I have a lot of extra duration right now. Rampage, Dark Magic, no thank you. Decent plate mail, but no thank you. Alright, we'll do 5 more runs. Because I just realized across the 5-hour mark. And I got chicken to marinate and stuff for dinner. I've been thinking about doing some BL3. I want to finish the near playthrough probably. Like, I've been thinking about doing a little bit of BO3. Because it's been a couple weeks. So many Dark Magic ones? Yeah, unfortunately. Self-restraint stream, are you okay? No. I'm hungry. Build mod best for Ghostblade? There's a few decent shouts. Like, Warrior and Caustic are really close together, functionally equal. They kind of flip-flop in a couple scenarios. Warrior and Caustic are just very, very good. Caustic would be slightly better here, but they're both good. Vampire is good if you need survivability. Ancient's good for improving your overall uptime. That can have a lot of value, especially when you're changing rooms rapidly and like you lose a lot of Ghostblade time. Basically, you have a lot of different options. You would want to avoid Amp for being minimal, Rampage for doing basically nothing. Archmage doesn't really do much at all either. Those would be the 3 you don't want, but any of the others will fill the role. Like the uptime of Ancient. Yeah, the uptime can be really good. Because if Ghostblade is 80% of your damage, well, you want to have that on more often. You can afford to sacrifice some additional damage to be able to do your damage. So that can have value. But remember, with Ancient, you gotta be hitting to get any value out of it. Caustic and Warrior, you do have a window where you get some value and you don't need to hit again. Although, Warrior promotes you stacking, hitting a bunch of times. Caustic, you can hit once and you're good. Caustic's probably the smoothest gameplay-wise, although you will still have that enforced downtime because you don't have Ancient. Theurge is a good way around that. Theurge is a little less potent in Redux, though, and it means you don't get Barba Load. Rather go hard and actions go cooldown or duration. It depends. So, like, duration is good if you are in an encounter for the entire time. Or if you're running, say, Blood of the Fallen on Berserker. Because Blood of the Fallen will account for your current duration. But if you're, like, going between encounters, and, like, let's say you have 20% of your Ghostblade duration left at the end of an encounter, you don't necessarily want to go to the next encounter more than you just want to wait so you can have a full Ghostblade for the next one. And that's the situation where cooldown would be better than duration.
Was so awful.
But it's easier to get cooldown. So you'll be getting diminishing value from further stacking that. Like, you'll have some cooldown from your hero points. If you have a Clawbringer, or a Spell Shot, or a Blight Caller skill tree, then you have options in tree for more action skill cooldown as well. You can roll action skill cooldown on your rings, you can roll it on your amulet. Mosquito Mantle gives you some action skill cooldown. There's several enchants that do so. Whereas duration is much more rare. For Ghostblade, the only way to get duration is the roll on rings. That's it. There's nothing else. For, like, From the Shadows, Stab of Power increases it as well, although I'm pretty sure it's a separate mult, so there's still value in getting both. Hard on action, always, Scott, always. Yeah, in terms of slot, duration is going to fight with melee crit chance, but you can get melee crit chance places other than rings. And you can compensate in terms of which melee weapon you're running, if you find yourself needing to get more base crit to make up for having fewer boosts. Also in Redux, getting crit chance is super fucking easy anyway. Like, I'm not running crit chance on my rings at all, because I'm running an 18% pickaxe. Stabo class feat is buffed in Redux, so it's 50% before class power. So an extra 55% of 50. So my melee crit chance is 66% without boosts from ring or armor. Alright, last one, I think. Forgot they buffed that too. Really don't get why they went so hard buffing Stabomancer. Because Stabomancer, outside of the few things it enhanced very well, was ultimately pretty mid. Like, the class feat did functionally nothing if you ever used From the Shadows. And it was also just worse than a single armor passive. If you weren't doing, you know, Blade, Alchemical Agent, Contagion, anything centered around any of those, most likely what you were doing was just worse than other things. So buffing Stabo made sense. It's just now, some of the things are, like, Stabo's niches have expanded to a point where it's hard to justify other things. Like, Critical Ascension Augment is nuts. 1000 Cuts went from a mediocre skill to a very good skill. Arsenal's still terrible. But Sneak Attack went from a trash tier skill to a good skill. Stalker probably didn't need to be added. It's an awesome skill thematically, and it's very good, but, like, I think that's a power increase maybe Stabo didn't need. Alchemical Agent is already crazy powerful at its peak, and it didn't change. Blade hitting faster is a buff that I think maybe it didn't need. But it's like, Stabo is... There's a few things in this game that I think functionally, like, you're just not really able to nerf them as long as they do what they do. Like, Barbaload was nerfed in the mod. Barbaload does 10% of impact damage instead of 100% of impact damage. It's still busted. The reason why Barbaload has less presence in Redux builds is not because it's weaker, but because Shaped Hourglass is the preferred option for gun builds, because of how powerful Shaped Hourglass is. Like, it doesn't change decision making. All the Stabo buffs don't change your decision making for, say, Storm Dragon's Judgment builds. Like, you still do the same things, except you honestly take less Stabo tree because getting resistance is futile over in the Clawbringer tree is more important. And Awe is better, so you might want more of that too. It really depends on what you're doing. It's Stabo only changed like choice making when you're doing like, gun builds for Stabo, which I think gun builds needed help, so maybe people will be more interested in doing spellcasting builds with Stabo. But again, that's just from the shadows being from the shadows. It was already peak for dots, peak for melee. You know, what does it change? Never done Blade before with Alchemical Agent, kept thinking it was health bug because guns are doing damage. Yeah, because it's instant in Redux, it's hard to figure out what is doing your damage sometimes. And then you've got the perfect storm of the Stabo dot stuff with fusion. Like, Alchemical Agent, Contagion, Blade, Fusion is just a combination of things that probably does go a little too hard. But we're able to leverage all of that in combination with other stuff that maybe goes a little too hard. Like, Ghostblade was already good, especially with, you know, Contagion, Alchemical Agent. But then they gave Ghostblade an insane augment as well. Ghostblade just has better uptime now that moving it doesn't cost duration in Redux, so you functionally have just a lot more Ghostblade uptime. Although that can occasionally work out to be a bad thing, because something I would do often in vanilla is end Ghostblade early between encounters so I could have my full duration for my next encounter. You can't do that now. You have to wait it out, because Ghostblade doesn't even go away if you go down. You would have to either fully die or wait for it to end. Ghostblade changes I approve of, definitely. I think the augment's overpowered. Violently overpowered. Wish I had a hold end thing. That'd be nice. That'd be real nice. The augment for Ghostblade is, like, aggressively overpowered. Because this bleed, it doesn't sort of... It doesn't directly indicate it, it implies it. But this goes to the health bar. So, like, 3-bar badasses, the first bar is gone. And they die. We've been using this to farm Pigwort, because it'll just keep damaging Pigwort during the immune phases, and it'll just die instantly. Now, this doesn't apply to bosses, which is good, and I think that's the only way this can justifiably be how it is, because you still need to figure out your bossing damage issue. But, like, the fact is, you take Alchemical Agent to get here, so then you just don't have a damage issue. As long as you appropriately pick your melee weapon, you already have this, just this entire section of the skill tree is nuts. They did nerf Exploit Their Weakness? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. I'm just doing math differently in my head. No, Exploit Their Weakness is still, like, really good, too. I think something maybe they could consider is a change they did in vanilla. Spore Warden's Wrath of Nature got reduced, and it got reduced to the point where it's the same value total as a fully stacked Exploit Their Weakness. Maybe that could change, because it's harder to apply Wrath of Nature in a lot of scenarios, and you have less reason to care about it. Like, it would give you a reason to have that in, say, a Mistdancer build. Because currently, you have no reason to not use From the Shadows there. It's just better. Even before considering the stuff you can get deep in Stabo Tree. But like, I'd like a reason to use Barrage. Wrath of Nature being buffed would go towards that. So maybe that's an option. I think this cat wants food with how desperately he's jumping on my desk. So I'm going to call it here because I need to do prep for dinner as well. And say bye, Jake. Yeah, he's just jaking all over the place. Yep. This is certainly a cat. Okay, give me 5 minutes. Oh, let me see who's live. We can do one of those raids. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Seriously, I had fun chatting today. We did discuss heavy topics, but I enjoy this community and our ability to have some conversations. And it's cool stuff. Let's see, Lazy's on Borderlands for another hour. Rexy's on playing a game I've never heard of. Cat is playing some Redfall. Pascaroni's over on BL2. Let's go to Lazy. Oh no, the redemption doesn't work. Quag, Chad, Quag. Jake, get off my desk. I need to see my monitor for like 1 more minute. Oh yeah, Lazy's playing the first Borderlands, doing some rolling stuff, marveling at how horrifically dark some of the BL1 writing is. Like, there's just some stuff they never brought back tonally. Some really grim shit. So, if you didn't know, BL1 is by far the darkest of the Lands games. It is, and Lazy can tell you all about that. Yeah, if you want to spam that as the raid message, or wait, hang on. I got something better. I'm gonna put this. It's the Romper copy pasta followed by Jiggling. Yes. So yeah, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I don't know what my plan for tomorrow's stream is. It might be Redux, but I'm thinking maybe to stop myself from burning completely out on Redux, we go back to something else for a bit. Could be Nier, could be BL3 because I'm not creative. We'll see. But have a good one. Bye-bye.